Ladies and gentlemen, we are now live. You may proceed with the meeting.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our June 23rd council meeting. So we'll open the meeting and Madam City Clerk, can we have a roll call of the members of the City Council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor John Caposcia,
I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rochelle Arizmendi,
Present.
Councilmember Jean Goss,
Here.
Councilmember John Harabedian.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum and may conduct city business.
Okay, thank you. Our Pledge of Allegiance today will be by Mayor Pro Tem Arizmendi. So would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. And for those of you that can stand, it would be great if you can. If not, that's okay. And I will go ahead and recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
And everybody else, mute your microphone, please.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so I'll just share a few words of inspiration. I think one thing we joke about on council is how sometimes this is the hardest thing to do on council is when you open up your agenda and you see your name by it, we're like, oh, it's me this week. And now that we have 4 council members, it comes by even sooner in the rotation. So I thought what was interesting is invocation is no longer in the agenda, but when I read the word inspiration, I don't know if I can share necessary words of inspiration, but I do want to say that I've been extremely inspired by our community. And at this time, and it's 6 months into this 2020 year, and if you're on social media, I've seen the memes and I've seen like the statements of, is it over yet? 2020 has just been so difficult on many. We're in the middle of a health crisis with COVID. We're still looking at the civil unrest, questions of racial injustice. We are even facing possibly an economic crisis. We have unemployment at record levels, record numbers. We have small businesses that are really struggling. And I am inspired by our community. And if there's one place that I am very thankful that I'm in, it's in our city of Sierra Madre. Our community has been extremely strong. We've been extremely resilient. But it really does take all of us. So I thank each and every one of you. I thank all of my colleagues here on not just on the council, but on staff of keeping our community really a safe place and a place that I know that we feel comfortable in. So that is my inspiration. Thank you to all of you. And I just wanted to say my appreciation.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, approval of the meeting agenda. Any suggestions on the agenda?
I'll move for approval.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, if you can call for the vote. You're on mute.
Mayor John Caposcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rochelle Arizmendi,
Aye.
Councilmember Jean Goss,
Aye.
Councilmember John Harabedian,
Aye.
and the motion to approve the agenda as presented was approved. Can I just clarify who made the motion?
I did. Hard.
Thank you. And the second?
Rachel Arizmendi.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So I apologize.
Okay, next on the agenda is approval of meeting minutes, and we'll just do them both at the same time. We've got the June 9th regular meeting and also the special meeting as well. So any updates or corrections to the meeting minutes?
Move to approve. I'll
Okay.
second. I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk? We have a motion and a second. Can we have the vote? You're muted again.
I'm sorry. And who seconded the motion?
I did. Hard beating.
Thank you. I apologize.
That's
My
okay.
screen was freezing. Mayor John Caposcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rochelle Arizmendi.
Aye.
Councilmember Jean Goss,
Yes.
Councilmember John Harabedian.
Yes.
The motion to approve the minutes of the regular council meeting of June 9th and the special council meeting of June 9th as presented was passed by unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, mayor and city council report. Does anybody have a report?
I have
I
a
have
really
none.
brief report.
Okay, Councilmember Goss, go ahead.
Just wanted to relay that I've been to the latest library board of trustees meeting. They're bouncing a number of ideas around. The one thing they were discussing, in fact, took a poll on each of their members about last time, had to do with could members of the board of trustees also serve as members of the board of the library foundation. And they had a spirited discussion about that and took a poll on it. And as a matter of advice for us and punted it up to us. So that's coming down the road. And I'll be attending the next one tomorrow. That's my, oh, I wanted to talk a little bit about the street work that I've been seeing out on my daily walks. And I think I'm going to hold that till we get to the consent agenda, because we're going to be talking about approving the work that's been done on 3 different streets. And it's, I'll hold my commentary for that.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Arizmendi.
I have no report.
Okay, how about Councilmember Harabedian?
No report for me. Thank you.
Okay. All right, just one little thing. Our chief of police held a really nice little event for a resident in town. I'm not going to go into the details about it, but I just want to thank the chief for that. I thought that was really going above and beyond just to ensure that a member of our community felt welcome here, and it feels good about our police department, our public safety altogether. So it was a lot of fun. I just enjoyed being there, and it was a great little event. So thank you for that, Chief. It's very
Thank you, sir.
creative to do such a thing, and kind of you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, now at this time, we'll open it up for public comment for any items that are not on the agenda. If you would like to comment on anything that is on your agenda, we will open it up at that time, and you can address the council specifically at that time. But right now, if you've got something that you'd like to bring to our attention that is not on the agenda, now's the time. So Mr. Carlson, if you can put the, there we go. Okay. So we'll wait a minute to allow people that are watching to dial in, and looking forward to hearing from you.
Mayor, this is Laura Aguilar. The city received a number of emailed public comments, but nothing on items that are not on the agenda.
Yes.
Although, so nothing to contribute at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we do have one person on the line for public comment.
Okay, great. Patch them in.
Good evening, caller. We are currently taking comment on items not on the agenda. Would you please state your name and city of residence for the record? If you're watching the meeting live, please mute your TV to avoid feedback. You may proceed with your comment. Hello, caller? Caller, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, hello. You are currently on
Yes.
for public comment for items not on the agenda.
Oh, okay. This is probably 2 comments regarding the issue on the trails.
Okay, we'll be discussing that at a different point in the agenda, and at that time it would be appropriate to hear your comment. This is only for items that are not on the agenda. So we will be talking about the trails. So if you could just call back at that time, and we'll hear your comment then.
Well, now, okay, so we call this same phone number, just wait on hold until you, how do you know what item we need to be addressing, or when that item comes up, et
Okay,
cetera?
I can tell you when it will be coming up. So next, we're going to go through the consent calendar. That won't take too long. Then we're going to have a public hearing. And then discussion about the housing element, discussion on police department 8 can't wait. And then we will be discussing trails and neighborhood impact. So could be anywhere from half an hour to an hour, depending on how long everything takes. So
So should we just kind of call in when discussions start?
that would be the best time. Just call in right when the discussion starts, and then you'll be early in the queue and we won't have to wait for you to call in. But I will call.
We'll,
Yeah, we
so
will
now
put up,
we only need the phone number. Whoops, sorry.
yeah, we'll put up the splash screen that you're looking at right now and put up the phone number at that time. And again,
Okay,
I will announce that it's time for comment and, and if you're already on, that'd be great. If you're not, we will wait a few minutes for you to call in.
okay, thank you very much.
Okay. thank
Okay,
you.
let me turn this on. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anybody else in the queue for public comment?
Mr. Mayor, that was the only caller in the queue at this time.
Okay. We'll move on then. Thank you. Well, let's see here. Okay, next on the agenda is the consent calendar. So Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are 9 items this evening on the consent calendar. Item A, adoption of resolution 20-44 of the City Council of the City of Sierra Madre approving certain demands. Item B, notice of completion fiscal year 19 through 20 street improvement project. Item C, notice of completion exterior painting of the Community Recreation Center building, the YMCA building, and the pool house. Item D, purchase new Ford Inceptor Pursuit rated hybrid vehicle for the police chief. Item E, treasurer's report quarter ending March 31st, 2020. Item F, award of the landscape service contract 2-year extension for fiscal year 2021 through 21-22 to Merchants Landscape Services, Inc. Item G, resolution number 20-45 declaring the property located at 487 Woodland Drive, Sierra Madre, California, 91024 to be exempt surplus property. Item H, amendment to solar project agreement, Exhibit H, special terms and conditions. And last one is I, approval of the city's biennial conflict of interest code. And that concludes the consent items.
Okay, any questions on any item on this consent calendar?
I do have a question about item D.
Okay,
Looking over the statistics on the capability of this vehicle, I noticed that I'm not claiming any expertise, but I noticed that the horsepower rating on this engine is 136 horsepower. I used to have a Volkswagen with that much horsepower. And so I'm kind of wondering how you're going to get a Ford Interceptor to move quickly enough for your job, Chief, if you've got that kind of engine. And maybe there's a technical side to this I'm not seeing.
That's pretty good, sir. I'm hoping that as the chief, I don't have to chase anybody.
But you will have to be prepared to be able to move quickly, right?
Yes, sir. And those vehicles have a real good amount of pickup, actually.
So you've driven one of these?
Yes, I have.
And you're confident about it then, right?
Absolutely, sir.
That's good enough for me.
Thank you.
I'll just comment on it, Councilmember Goss. It's a hybrid, so
Right.
that's just the horsepower of the gasoline engine.
But its electrical motors are more powerful then, right?
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
Mayor, I have a question on another item, on item number F, and regarding the landscaping. Yeah, I can understand we don't want to incur additional costs this year, given where we are fiscally. But I wanted to ask if for the following year, if we can look into consideration of those battery power leaf blowers, or is that something that has to wait until the next cycle?
So Mayor Pro Tem, we can look into the battery powered leaf blowers at any time. When we reached out to merchants who provides the service, you saw the quote they gave us back at $13,000, which is exceptional because you could turn over their entire fleet for that amount. To enforce using electric powered leaf blowers in the contract, we either have to take citywide action, or we'd have to go to bid again, or pay the $13,000, which staff doesn't think would be the most appropriate use of funds.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, again, I just wanted to see if there's a possibility of looking into it again in a year. And if 2, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I don't have any questions either, so can we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Oh, I thought we were, I have a quick comment on item 2. Item B. As I've mentioned earlier, in an earlier meeting, and like many of you, I'm out walking a lot and in the neighborhood. And I have walked over this new street work that's been done up on Grandview, on Auburn, and on Island. And I have to say, it is first rate. I mean, I stopped and looked at it over very carefully, walked over it many times. I've yet to find a flaw in the curbs that were poured, in the sidewalks that were re-poured. The pavement looks great. The ramps on the intersections for the sidewalks are flawless. I really think we're getting our money's worth. And I have to say, I'm raising this because when I ran first back in 2012, that was one of the 3 things I really ran on, was the sidewalk, curb, and surface street condition in our city. And it's particularly in the last 3 and 4 years, we really have turned the corner. I know we've got a lot more work to do. We all know that, but we are really making headway. And I think whomever the contractor is that's doing this work, in my opinion, they're doing a great job. So that's all I wanted to say.
Great, yes. Okay, I forgot to open this up for public comments, so why don't we take a minute and see if anybody in the audience would like to comment on, there's so many items on the consent calendar today that maybe somebody is interested. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Carlson. Yeah, while we're waiting, it's also on here is approval of the painting on our Sierra Vista building too, in the pool. So
Right.
That's pretty nice to get that done too. Getting everything spruced up here, Sierra Madre.
Mr. Mayor, you don't currently have any callers for public comments on these items.
Okay. Well, with that, do we have a motion?
Move to approve this consent calendar as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, can you?
Yes. Mayor John Caposcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rochelle Arizmendi,
Aye.
Councilmember Jean Goss,
Aye.
Councilmember John Harabedian.
Aye.
The motion to approve consent calendar items 1A through 1I as presented was passed by unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we have a public hearing for our annual assessment districts. So with that, who will be giving the presentation? Is it our city engineer? Or-
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. Is he available to give the presentation? Or-
He's lit up as if he's talking. It's just we can't hear him. It's weird.
Oh, yeah. I don't even see him on my screen.
Kev,
Mayor Capocha, why don't we move to the next item and I'll check in with Kev and see if I can figure out where he's having a hard time with the sound.
Oh,
Am
there
I
you
still
go.
on mute?
No, we can hear you. Maybe he can't hear us.
I think I'm having technical difficulties.
Kev, call him with your phone.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but you can't hear us.
James, maybe you should call him on his phone. Just tell him to call him with his phone.
I'll do that.
I think I'm having technical difficulties. I can't hear the meeting. Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This is what happens. You live next to the mountains. Okay. I guess this is the public hearing for the assessment districts, the annual assessment districts. On June 9th, City Council approved resolution of intention to allow a public hearing and the confirmation of these districts. Tonight's meeting is a public hearing, so staff's recommendation is short. Open the public hearing, receive testimony, close the public hearing and adopt resolution number 20-41 and 20-42. Once the resolutions are adopted, staff will begin starting July 1st, the data entry into the LA County database for inclusion in the biannual property tax bills for next year. This concludes my report.
Okay, it doesn't appear that we're going to be able to ask any questions of our city engineer here, so I don't have any questions. How about the rest of you folks?
No questions for me.
Okay, at this point, this is a public hearing, so let's open it up for public comment. And if anybody has any
Did you hear
comments,
me or I'm still? No.
I guess we could open the chat and tell Kev that he can't hear us.
Mr. Mayor, there are currently no callers for public comment on this item.
Okay, all right, with that, we will close public comment. And are there any comments from the city council? Any discussion?
I'll move for approval.
I'll second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, if we can take the vote.
Mayor John Capocha,
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Rochelle Arizmendi,
Aye.
Councilmember Jean Goss,
Aye.
Councilmember John Harabedian.
Aye.
The motion to approve Resolution 20-41 and Resolution 20-42 as presented was passed by unanimous vote.
okay, thank you. Okay, move on to our discussion items. We've got first on the discussion is our housing element.
Thank you,
Mayor,
Mayor,
we'll have,
members of council.
Vincent Gonzalez give this presentation.
Okay,
So on March 10th, 2020 was the last time the council visited this topic. And it was presented both by staff as well as Karen Warner, who is our city's housing element consultant, provided an informational presentation at that point. And the overview at that time was a housing element process, the RENA site requirements and consequences of non-compliant housing element. Staff also provided 6 opportunity sites for review and discussion. And at that time, the City Council directed staff to investigate additional properties on West Mariposa Avenue for inclusion in the site's inventory. Staff and the consultant has now refined those potential sites. And as stated in the alternative section of the agenda report, staff is providing the following 3 approaches for City Council consideration. The first one is to designate a combination of multifamily residential high-density opportunity sites at 20 dwelling units per acre and 30 dwelling units per acre, which could include Measure V properties and require a public vote. Or secondly, increase densities in all current R3 sites from 13 dwelling units per acre to 20 dwelling units per acre, excluding the Measure V boundary properties. This would in fact densify all multifamily properties throughout the city. Or third, identify 1 to 2 sites for very high density, such as 50+ units per acre, similar to the Sierra Vista Senior Apartments on Esperanza Avenue, which is developed at 46 dwelling units per acre. Staff is recommending alternative 1, designating a combination of opportunity sites, residential high density at 20 dwelling units per acre and 30 dwelling units per acre inclusive of the Measure V boundary to address the RENA allocations. And second to this recommendation is to direct staff to commence for public outreach. As a reminder, I would like to reiterate that this is a planning function. It is not a forced requirement for the city or a property owner to develop the property as designated. And at this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Karen Warner, who is presenting a PowerPoint presentation regarding the potential residential site analysis. And if we can cue the PowerPoint presentation. And Karen, we are on.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, over the past several months, staff has been working diligently to try to come up with additional sites for the housing element. They've left no stone unturned. So what I'd like to share with you this evening is what we looked at, not only with sites, but various approaches to address the city's regional housing needs, or RENA, along with staff's recommendation. So we can, yeah, that's right. As we talked about at our March 10th meeting with council, due to the significant changes in housing element law, there's a much higher bar and need for substantial justification now to include sites in the housing element. So sites that we previously could include as potentially suitable to intensify and accommodate multifamily may no longer qualify. We need to be able to essentially prove that sites that are non-vacant are suitable and viable for redevelopment within the 8-year planning period. So within that context, what I'd like to review is the sites analysis that we went through, a comparison of that with the city's regional housing needs, and then the city's next steps. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Just as a reminder from our last meeting, SCAG has been assigned 1.34 million housing units for their RENA need for the 6th cycle housing element. This is over 3 times their allocation for the 5th cycle. And similarly, Sierra Madre's allocation at 204 units is more than 3 times than what it had previously. So we're really having to look at all kind of options this go around. And as this slide shows, there's something called default density. So where we have sites with a minimum 20 unit an acre density, they can be deemed as suitable to accommodate both your very low and low income needs, which is why the last go around, we came up with the R3H zoning, which increased your 13 unit an acre R3 densities up to this 20 unit an acre default density. For moderate income sites, we need to look at around 12 units an acre. Next slide. Next slide. One after that, there we go. So this is the summary of the, go back one. Prior slide. There we go. This is the summary of the 6 potential multifamily sites that we felt had the best chance of being able to be substantiated to meet the new state requirements to include in the housing element. The first 5 were those that were included on March 10th that we went over previously. Site 6 is a new site. It's a series of parking lots on Mariposa Avenue and replaces a small church-owned site at the Old North Church that we're now grouping with church sites for other purposes that I'll explain in a moment. So to walk you through the 6 sites, next slide. This first site is 4 properties on the 400 block of West Mariposa. It includes the vacant city-owned parcel that is currently proposed as replacement parking for the library expansion. There's an existing 10-unit apartment complex next to that vacant parcel that's in good condition and not assumed to recycle. But next to that, there are 2 parcels with individual single-family homes that have potential for 7 additional units on the parcel. So this parcel in aggregate could accommodate 11 net units at a density of 20 units an acre. Next slide. Site 2 is 9 properties on the 200 block of West Mariposa. It consists of 25 existing units with a potential net gain of 23 units were it to be increased to the R3H density of 20 units an acre. 2 of the parcels were identified in the prior housing element. And in order for those to carry over into this housing element, they must allow for 20 units an acre by right. We're a project to include 20% low-income units. Next slide. Site 3 is basically the post office site, as we refer to it. It has the potential for 22 units at 20 units an acre, or we're also looking at sites that are within the Measure V boundary at a higher 30 unit an acre density as they're less impacted by adjacent single family uses. The Postal Service has expressed an interest in closing this location. And if the site were developed, the opportunity for a postal annex could be incorporated as a component of a mixed-use development project. Next slide. Site 4 is a designation of 9 properties on Sierra Madre Boulevard in Suffolk. The combined site consists of 41 units with a potential net gain of 27. Site 5, next slide, is the Taylor's Market and adjacent parking sites. The prior discussions with the property owner included the purchase of the city parking lot for inclusion in a mixed-use development site. This site, if it were built at 20 units an acre, would accommodate 28 units. When we're developed at 30 units an acre, it would accommodate 43 units. Next slide. This is the new Site 6. These are 4 properties on West Mariposa Avenue. It includes 2 city-owned and 2 private parking lots. It would require a Measure V vote. At 20 units an acre, the site could accommodate 25 units, and at 30 units an acre, it could accommodate 38 units. Next slide. So in looking at all of those sites in aggregate, the first column shows all of those sites at the 20 unit an acre default density. And you can see the unit potential is for 136 units. And so at 20 units an acre, those could be counted toward the city's very low and low income RHNA. If we increased the 3 Measure V sites to 30 units an acre, the total potential would be for 175 units. Next site. We also looked at, as I mentioned, many other sites in the city. Looked at a total of 28 different parcels that we thought could potentially be appropriate for intensification. All of these sites were developed with existing residential units. The majority of, even though they were underutilized, so they could intensify based on a 20 unit an acre density, the existing residences were primarily in good condition. So it's going to be difficult to be able to justify that they would likely turn over in an 8-year planning period. Also, intensification to 20 units an acre on these parcels yielded only nominal unit increases, so maybe 1 or 2 additional units beyond what was there. So there's not a big economic incentive for their recycling. To be able to include these sites in the inventory, we need to be able to demonstrate that the existing use does not impede redevelopment. Because the city doesn't have a track record of supporting redevelopment, not that that's a bad thing, but there's not a whole lot of that going on. I think this is a very high bar to be able to justify. So that's why we weren't recommending the additional sites we looked at. But they are included in Appendix A, I believe, of the staff report to show everything that was evaluated. Next slide. The other interesting thing that's kind of landed on our laps is a bill that's making its way through the state legislature by Senator Wiener. It's SB 899 that would allow 100% affordable projects, so at low income affordable projects by right on land owned by religious institutions, as well as hospital sites and higher educational nonprofit facilities. So this, because particularly in Sierra Madre, you have quite a few church sites, this provides an opportunity potentially to utilize some of these in the sites inventory and potentially pull out some of these other sites we were looking at. When we were preparing the staff report, the version of the bill required housing to be permitted at minimum 50 units an acre and 55 feet in height on these sites. Just last Thursday, the bill was amended and it no longer requires that. It only requires the minimum default density of 20 units an acre. So I think it would be a lot more palatable in Sierra Madre. And then the development standards would be the city's development standards. So we looked at various church sites in the city. 6 of them were identified as potential candidates, either having a portion of the property that was vacant or mostly parking lots that could potentially be converted and utilized for housing with parking provided both for church use and for residential use. When we calculated it at the 50 units an acre, the potential was for over 150 units. Now, at the 20 units an acre, it would be more like about 65 units. So we're watching this bill because I think this could provide opportunity in your community. It is at the third reading before the Senate, and then it'll go through the Assembly and then to the governor. So we have to kind of keep this in our back pocket as an option for sites that might help you meet your RENA needs. Next slide. The other really exciting thing in Sierra Madre is accessory dwelling units. And as you're aware, the city had an amnesty program a while back. You amended your ordinance, and things are really starting to happen with ADUs. We can, in the housing element, count projected ADUs based on your recent trends, and we can even up that a bit if we do something extra to promote accessory dwelling units. But just based on what the city's been seeing in the past 2 years, we projected 12 accessory dwelling units a year. And our rent survey shows about 60% of those are rented at levels affordable to low income. So that gives us 57 units that can be counted towards your lower income RENA need. We may be able to get that number higher. So as things, as the city gets more ADU applications throughout 2020, we'll be updating this and assessing, as much as we possibly can to get ADU credit towards your RENA needs. Next slide. So this compares the unit potential on the 6 sites that we reviewed at a 20 unit an acre density. You can see in the second column, first row, that would yield a total of 136 units. Adding in the 57 ADUs, that gives you 193 units that you can credit towards your low and moderate income needs. The second row is the unit potential with 30 units an acre on the 3 Measure V sites. So that gets you 175 units plus the 57 ADUs, so a total of 232 units. Then when you go down to the 4th row, we see the city's low and mod RENA obligation is 150. We're not worried about the above mod because we've got that taken care of. A buffer, we would suggest that you have a 50% buffer of your low mod RENA, just because as sites are developed, if they are not deed restricted to lower income and we've identified them in the housing element as addressing lower income needs, you'll have to make those sites up. So you need to have a good buffer. So assuming a 50% buffer on your 150 low mod RENA, that gives you a sites target for 225 units. So if you compare the 2 options, in the first row at 20 units an acre, you're a little short. You have 193 compared to 225 goal. And the second option at the 30 units an acre on Measure V sites, that addresses the goal of 225 units. Next slide. So that, I guess the last thing I should mention is there were a couple alternatives presented in the staff report. The second alternative was to basically upzone all your R3 properties to the R3H density of 20 units an acre. We aren't recommending that. The same issue we have in counting or justifying parcels that are developed with, existing housing and being able to justify that those uses are most likely to go away is going to be the case across the city. So we really don't think that would be the best way to get additional sites. The third alternative that was looked at in the staff report was to just hone in on one or two sites for very high densities and, not spread it around where we have 6 sites identified now along with the ADUs. What if you just looked at 1 or 2 sites to meet that 175 unit need? So the 2 largest site potential are the Mariposa parking lots at 1.3 acres, and then the Taylor's Meats and Parking at 1.4 acres. So you could potentially split, 175 units across those 2 sites. And that is something, that the council may want to consider. We didn't recommend it because we felt the density levels were so much higher than what the city has ever seen before. What you have now, your highest density in the city is the Kensington at 40 units an acre and Sierra Vista Senior Housing at 46 units an acre. And dividing those 175 RENA units on 2 parcels, you'd be talking more like 75 unit an acre densities, which would really be quite different than what is in the community currently. So that's why we are suggesting the first alternative. We'd like to get council input on the sites. Then we'd like to take it out to the community to get their feedback and brainstorm any additional sites. We'll continue to monitor the SB 899 to look at potential on the church properties. And after we get input from the community, we'll come back to the council and commission and report back on what we heard and confirm the strategy and develop the housing element for submittal to the state. Be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, I have a
Go first.
question. I just have a quick question. I'm sure there'll be several throughout, but thank you, Director Gonzalez and Ms. Warner, for the presentation. But I'm really curious about the SB 899 and understanding that hasn't passed yet and potential that it will. I like that it's decreased down to 20 dwelling units per acre. Did you do some calculations that if that passes, how that may change the recommendation from at least the alternative that you're recommending?
It really, I reached out to state HCD about what additional justification a jurisdiction would need to have to include a church property in their sites inventory under SB 899. And they weren't willing to give us an answer yet because it's not in effect. So it's really hard to tell. A couple of your church sites, I think, have very great potential. They've got, a lot of extra land. Some of the ones we've included, it's a bit of a stretch. So it's a little hard to tell right now, but I feel like this bill has a pretty good chance of passing. There's been no opposition. And then it's a matter of seeing what the state is going to require to be able to actually justify including it in your sites inventory.
And I ask that because I think that's a significant factor. If we start moving along this one path and this passes, I think that would change the formula altogether, given that we have limited number of sites that we can really work with.
Right.
So
Right.
yeah, that'll be interesting to see where we come to tonight and then how it would play into, again, this decision if and when this is passed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, any questions?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Mr. Warner, thank you for this. It was an interesting presentation. I had a question about the ADUs. Are we using the historical build rate at 12 a year for a reason rather than using, it seems like the landscape has changed now that ADUs are a state, it's a by right construction per state law. So in my view, why wouldn't the ADU potential kind of solve the low to mod RENA number needs for us, considering that now every R1 property in our city could build an ADU, and if 60% of them are low to mid income, it would seem like we would satisfy the RENA requirements there. There must be some good reason why we can't just make that assumption, and I just don't know what it is.
No, that's a great question. And like I said, we may be able to increase your ADUs. The 12 a year is based on what you've seen last year and kind of prorating what you're seeing this year. You can't, a jurisdiction can't meet all of their lower income needs through ADUs because they aren't meeting the needs of families. So the housing element has to provide a range of housing types, and ADUs meet certain housing type needs, seniors and 1 or 2 person households, but they don't meet the needs of families. So you'll always have to have a balance of some multifamily sites.
Okay, well, that's helpful. And is there a reason why that we picked to go to 30 units per acre within Measure V areas, but not 30 units per acre in non-Measure V areas? Like Suffolk and south, between the post office spot, for example, or even West Mariposa. I mean, is there a reason why we wouldn't go 30 units there rather than 30 units within Measure V?
The thinking was that within the neighborhoods, trying to maintain a density that's fairly consistent with the multifamily that's there now. Doesn't mean that you couldn't do it.
Yep. Okay. And no, that's helpful. Yeah, I might have some thoughts on that. I think the other main question is just, I think a lot of people might have concerns or questions about right now Measure V designates 13 units per acre as a maximum. And so if we're upzoning it to 30 units per acre, how does that affect? And this is probably a question for our city attorney more than you, Mrs. Warner, but how does that affect Measure V's legal application? I assume that any project would still have to go to a vote of the people if it was within Measure V, right?
That's correct, yeah. You'd still have to put it to the vote of the voters.
Okay. All right, well, yeah, I have some thoughts on this, but those are my only questions.
Okay, Councilmember Goss, any questions?
Just a follow up to Council Member Harabedian's point. I'm not quite sure what the utility is of including these units inside the Measure V boundary if as we know, they're going to be subject to vote, and there's likelihood that some wouldn't be passed. So is that an issue? Would the state ding us on that, or are we good? Like pretending like these could actually be units.
I might have shared this last time. I've been working with Yorba Linda, and they have a similar measure, in fact, drafted by the same attorney that drafted Measure V. And the city identified 13 sites for upzoning. The city received a conditional approval of their housing element. It went to a vote of the people, and it passed. And so then the city was in compliance. If it didn't pass, then the city would have had to go back and identify other sites, and
So back to square one.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, just to follow up on that. So the process would be that we would ask for conditional approval, and if we were granted that, then we would go to a vote to change the density of those sites before we even have a project?
Yes, and it all depends on the timing of your election. So in Yorba Linda's instance, they needed to have their element adopted in time for the 5th cycle, and the election happened after the 5th cycle. If you had an opportunity to have an election, say March 2021, that would be within the due date, which is October 2021, of this housing element.
I see. Okay. Okay, just a couple other questions. The library parking lot. So
Mayor, can I just ask a question because it connects to that question that you just asked?
Yeah,
It was my understanding that you needed a project first before going out to the vote, and that's incorrect?
That's incorrect.
Okay,
We just
So-
need to identify the sites.
okay, thank you.
yeah, that's a little troublesome here because I think the likelihood of it not passing is greater if you don't even have a project. So, but okay, so if it fails, I mean, we would do this en masse, right? Just everything in one vote for all those Measure V properties.
Yeah.
So if it got rejected, then we'd have to go back and, alternative two and zone all the R3 to 20 units per acre or something like that, right?
Although you could have, say there were 3 properties in Measure V, you could have, it would, be on one ballot, but you could have a vote for, the 3 sites separately.
3 different ballot measures.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a challenge in itself. Okay.
So what Yorba Linda did is 11 of the sites were together and 2 were together for various reasons. But yeah, they broke it up somewhat.
Okay, so just a couple other questions. So when we, Director Gonzalez, when we go out for public, I forget the term you used, but just to go out and talk to people about this, you'll get other ideas, I'm sure, that, again, Ms. Warner, you said you scrutinized every property in town, but maybe there's something we missed that is a more appropriate site. Then you will come back to the council with that recommendation if you agree with somebody's suggestion, right?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. All right. So a couple other questions. Library parking lot. So if we were to put this in the library parking lot as a R3H, does that preclude us from using that for a library parking lot?
It would not. Basically, what we're doing is identifying properties that would meet the potential for development. And if this site were developed along with the library, then we still already have the count as part of the housing element, but there could be ramifications, I guess, in the next cycle for not developing a site that was suitable. Would that be correct, Karen?
Well, you'd have to, if it was developed as a parking lot and we had it in the housing element as affordable housing, you would have to make the no net loss finding that you still had enough other sites to meet your RENA.
So is this the right strategy then to even include that? I mean, how confident are we that we want to develop that as a library parking lot? If that's what we thought we are going to do, then that doesn't make sense to me to include it. We should find other sites to make the numbers.
I never recommend including a site that you have intentions to use for something else.
Yeah, just to jump in. So can I just follow that up?
Yes,
please.
please.
Are you saying then that, I'm getting a little confused here. We make this decision about what is feasible for RENA standards. And then as we make changes to these properties in the future, if they're not conforming to RENA standards, don't we just go back to the drawing board to find new properties, or is there some additional problem that we have to deal with? Let's say we use that parking lot for library instead of potential low-income housing. What was the downside of that again?
So if you use a site in your housing element for something other than is identified in the housing element, then you need to make a finding of no net loss, that your site's inventory is still adequate to meet your lower income RENA needs.
And how do you do that?
I'm thinking though, is if the site is zoned for R3H as part of this process, and then the city rezones it for library, I think that's going to be an issue. And maybe the city attorney can weigh in on that.
I know that SB 330 that was passed
Right.
last year touches on this point, but I'd have
Right.
to look into to see exactly what the language says. But your point is correct. There's a no net loss zoning provision in there. So I could look into it after the meeting, or perhaps I can look into it as we're talking. And
Okay, if you can do that, that'd be great. If you can't, we'll find, but this raises an interesting point, though. Right now, it is zoned for public use, whatever that zoning is. It's not zoned for residential at the moment.
Okay.
You know, it's civic.
So do we have to rezone it before we submit our proposal to HCD for our housing element?
That would be correct.
That's
Well-
correct?
Well, no. Wherever you have a situation where you have to rezone sites to meet your housing element sites requirements, you have a 3-year period in which to do the rezoning.
Okay. Okay, well, all right. So I think, I don't know that we need to make any decisions on that particular point today.
Sure.
Because, you're going to go out and get comment before you bring it back to council for approval. But by then, I guess, before this comes back to us for approval, sounds like we need to really close on whether we're going to use that for the library or not. So that should be a priority for us to make that determination before we submit this thing. So, okay, just a couple other questions for Taylor's and Mariposa, the parking lots, because we have, part of on both those sites is public parking today. If we submit that, we're going to lose our parking, or how would we manage that?
If we submit that, we would pair up with a potential mixed-use development that would also provide some parking provisions. I would imagine, since this site is sloping from north to south, there could possibly be a semi-subterranean garage at the lower end of the parcels.
Yeah, okay. For the church sites, does that mean, I don't really understand clearly what that bill is saying, but when, Ms. Warner, when you said that some of the church sites appear to have capacity, are you talking about the church just completely closing the church and
No.
selling the site?
No, the intention of the bill is for church operators to provide housing on their church properties in conjunction with the actual church activities.
Yeah.
So it would be, housing developed, similar to the parking lots, where you're reusing a church parking area for residential and then providing the parking for the church in conjunction with the parking for the housing.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's helpful.
Mayor, I can address the issue now as well if you'd like me to.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, so before SB 330, the rule was the standard no net loss zoning rule, meaning if you zone a property for specific use, for specific residential use, and then you change that zoning from a residential use to some other use, then you had to zone some other property as residential as a substitute. So that was a traditional no net loss zoning rule. Under SB 330, think of it like a no net loss development rule. If you change the development standards on a parcel, so if you limit the residential potential in terms of height or density or other factors, then you have to make a substitute change that will allow for similar developments on some other parcel. So if you lower the height where the parking lot is, then you'd have to increase the height, for example, on some other property to allow for the same amount of development.
Yeah.
And that's what SB 330 does.
Okay. So with this though, the net effect is that if we submit our housing element and then use that library parking lot for the library, then we have to have something else to take its place.
Right.
Okay, so to me, it's just real simple. We just need to decide whether we're going to use that for the library or not, and just be conclusive about it. And if we decide to put that on the HCD for the housing element, forget about it. We're not going to develop it for the library. So and if we're going to use it, then we just need to find something else, and we might as well just do that right now before we even submit it. So, okay, but we can talk about that later. Do we still have an amnesty program today?
We do not. We had an amnesty program that allowed people to legalize non-permitted units. That went on for a couple of years, and that's when we got the most units for ADUs captured at that point. Right now, especially with all the new state laws that have taken place, very liberal to be able to get projects approved, we are seeing definitely an increase, certainly last year and including this year, in the desire to build new units.
Do you get requests for amnesty?
We don't.
So do you think we have cleaned up all the?
I think well, we do get requests on occasion. It might be a guest house and they want to legalize it as a second unit. So we do get some of those. But mainly what we're receiving is some garage conversions, but many new units as well.
Yeah. Well, would it help us to reestablish the amnesty program, do you think?
We could attempt to do that. I don't think it's going to yield a very large number.
Okay. So we've used up all that possible sites. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't have any other questions. Are there any other questions from the council? Okay. All right. So shall we open it up for public comment?
Mayor, the city did receive several emails regarding this item. The emails received were forwarded to the city council in advance of this meeting. We received two emails from Deb Sheridan, one email from Marie Sinise, and one email from Gary Hood. All public commenters were advised that the emails would be forwarded to the city council and filed as public record.
Okay, can we, yeah, because I'm only aware of Deb Sheridan's email, one of them. So somehow I missed the other ones.
The emails for Marie Sinise and Gary Hood came in just right before 6 o'clock. So
Okay.
right before the meeting started.
Well,
and
we're going to make a decision today, and I think we need to see those emails. So
they were forwarded to the council at about just after 6 o'clock today.
okay, so I'm going to just stop for a minute, and I just encourage the others, if you're in front of your computers, to take a look at them, because that's the purpose, to inform our decision making here. And if we haven't seen them, then it's
Mr. Mayor,
not. Yes.
I received that from Ms. Aguilar at 6:16 p.m.
Okay, I have not looked at my emails since about 5:30, so let me take a look.
Yeah, I've read them.
Okay, hold on. I can't pull up that email now, darn it. Ms. Aguilar, do you think you can summarize their comments for us?
Yes. Well,
Oh, here. Okay, I've got it. Oh, never mind. I found them. Okay.
okay.
Let's see. Mr. Hood. Okay, so Mr. Hood, he's got concerns about Measure V, as does Ms. Sheridan.
And so did the Sinises, yeah.
Okay, all right, so yeah, so we can explain that. Okay, all right, do we have any callers for
You
public
do,
comment?
Mr. Mayor. You do have a couple of callers on the line for public comment.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and hear from them.
Good evening, good evening, caller. We're currently taking public comment on item number 1 from the discussion agenda. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed. Hello, caller? Caller, are you there?
Hello?
All right, good evening, caller. We're currently taking public comment on item number 1 from the discussion agenda. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed.
Thank you. This is Deb Sheridan, Valley Vista Drive. I have a couple of questions. First of all, I'd like to know how City Council is going to notify the community about what all of this is and how you're going to go about getting comments. The public comments, because you said that this is very important, an important part of this whole thing. And secondly, my other concern is Taylor's Market. Are you talking about the parking lot, or are you talking about Taylor's Market itself? And that was a big part of Measure V when people were attempting to purchase that property. And those are my 2 questions. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Good evening, caller. We're currently taking this public comment on item number 1 from the discussion agenda. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed. Caller? Caller, are you there? Hello, caller, are you there? Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. It doesn't appear that they were available to come onto the phone, but there are no other callers on the line at this time.
Okay, all right, let's bring it back to the council here. Okay, first, I think before we even answer those questions, why don't we explain how the Measure V works? Mr. City Manager, do you want to do that? I can do it if you would like me to.
Sure, Mayor. If you want to go, I'm happy to allow you to do that.
Okay, why don't you let me do it and you can correct me for anything I say that's wrong. But, you know, basically, again, if we look back at the example of the Kensington, you know, I mean, Measure V had a maximum of 13 units per acre, and a project was proposed, and we simply put it out to the vote to remove that parcel, or there might have been 2 parcels, take it out of Measure V for the purpose of developing it at a higher density. So it really is that simple, that if, you know, that's how we do it. So, I mean, I know a lot of people are very sensitive about Measure V, but this will go to a vote. And if the town doesn't think this is a good idea to increase the density on those 2 sites, they'll simply vote no on it, and we will have to find other sites. Now, there are consequences to those kinds of decisions. As the presentation showed, we're really struggling to find suitable sites where we can increase the density. So we could just declare all R3 is now 20 acres or 20 units per acre. That will impact a lot of neighborhoods and a lot of people. If people understand that that's what's going to happen, they may be more willing to increase the density on the Measure V. So after discussion, I mean, Sierra Madre will just decide on what they're going to do. So to me, it's pretty simple. It doesn't, we're not doing anything here except proposing that change take place. And voters will have to weigh in on it. We cannot do it by ourselves without a vote. So it's really that simple. So for the Taylor's question, the proposal is for the whole lot, the Taylor's Market lot, and also the parking behind it is kind of one area where somebody could come in with a proposal. But from what I understand from the discussion, we would be putting that on if our housing element is given tentative approval, then we would go to the voters with that whole property, the whole corner with the parking lot as well, to change the density on that to 30 units per acre. So then as far as the question on how we're going to notify the community, Mr. Gonzalez, can you go ahead and answer that?
First, we would include, especially for sites that are included within the Measure V boundaries, we would do a mass mailing to all residents. We would also target specific outreach to the property owners, to the affected property owners. And also there'll be public hearings before the Planning Commission and City Council.
Okay, so we'll do the mailings, but we really should have, you know, a really robust public notification. I think we should do more than just a mailing to everybody. We should also use social media wherever we can and do some flyers around town and maybe put the banner up to say this discussion is going to take place at certain times and things like that. And just really try to be robust about it because, you know, it is a very important thing. And it's just always frustrating when it comes back later. Nobody told me we were going to be talking about this, you know? So I'd really like to avoid hearing that kind of thing. So, but we can work that out.
So Mayor,
yeah.
Mayor, real quick, your description of Measure V was correct. And on the outreach, my understanding was that a vote would take place when a specific project came forward, not multiple sites after tentative approval. Having that clarification tonight from Ms. Warner was helpful for me. I would recommend, as we do our outreach, if council does go with the staff recommendation of the mixed sites in and out of Measure V, that staff develop a very likely alternative so people understand what the potential outcomes are if the housing plan ultimately doesn't receive approval from a vote.
That's a great thought. Yes, we should have a plan B to say if it doesn't get approved, then this is what is going to happen. So that'd be good. Then the other question is, like it's mentioned, do we want to vote on each site independently, or do we want one ballot measure with all three sites? So that's a question that we have to decide later. And it'll be good to get some public feedback on that question as well.
But just for, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, we wouldn't be voting on the rezoning. We're just voting on whether there's, so we would adopt this in some form at some point. And then if there were a project in Measure B, that's what we vote on, right? We don't vote on the actual rezoning.
I thought we were, Councilman.
Yeah, it's just unclear to me.
Get some clarification on that. Ms. Warner, I mean, we would, go ahead.
Sorry, I muted myself. In order to include these sites in your housing element, they need to have the zoning. So the Measure V vote would be to rezone to, if it's 30 units an acre, whatever the determined density is. So the zoning would be in place and the site would be available during the planning period for development.
So that makes it kind of a higher bar now.
Yeah, I just,
If there was a project, you're voting specifically on a project. Now you've got to vote
Yep.
basically to take apart a portion of Measure V.
that's right.
That's why I was wondering, that's why I asked that question earlier.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so any other comments or discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I have a few. I mean, I think one, look, I think, Ms. Warner's done a great job with staff, Mr. Gonzalez has done a great job. I think that this is really hard. I mean, let's be realistic about this every time we go through it, given just how unique we are in our views on development. I think this is, you got lemons, you're trying to make lemonade. I mean, so I think that there's going to be difference of opinion and it's really a difference of taste in how we view certain things. But I guess the way I view it is, I think that with that clarification on the voting, I just think it's very unlikely that we will ever be able to get approval for 30 units an acre within Measure V on these specific sites. And, I have my reasons, but, I think that I think kind of the spirit behind Measure V is still kind of alive and well in some ways, which is, I think a lot of people really want to preserve the nature and the feeling of downtown. And when you drive into downtown, that's really, Baldwin and Sierra Madre Boulevard, where those two streets, connect, and then some areas around there. So, for example, I just think it's really unlikely that the Taylor's lot, or even the post office lot, or even the Mariposa parking lots behind, the bottle shop and the Buccaneer, I just can't imagine it's going to even be close. If that went to a city vote, to have those properties converted to 30 units per acre, I just think it would be a landslide against it, given kind of the history of those sites. Really, I mean, I think Ms. Sheridan's comment was correct. I mean, the Taylor's site was really a big reason why Measure V came into place in the first place. And I think that if you were hypothetically to develop those sites, those three specifically, the post office, we'll just call it the Buccaneer parking lot, and Taylor's, I think it really does change the character of the town. And I think that I just don't think it's realistic to rely on that process actually panning out to where we get 30 units per acre. That being said, I mean, I still think that East Montecito, to me, within the Measure V area, is still so unique in that it's now zoned as manufacturing. It's outside of downtown. I've always viewed that as being kind of the future of where kind of multi-unit housing could go, given what is there now. We have it zoned as manufacturing. I mean, manufacturing ain't coming back, and it's probably not coming back in Sierra Madre. And I think that you could develop multi-unit housing there and not really change the character of Sierra Madre. You're not going to change the character of downtown. You're not going to change the character of our walkable downtown with small town feel on East Montecito. Now, some people may disagree, and again, this is all about taste. But I also view that similarly as Suffolk. So, having lived on that street, so number 4, you have on the north side, you have multi-unit housing for the most part. And on the south side, you have a lot of single family. And to me, I've always thought that that's actually a good street to the extent we wanted to designate more R3, even 30 units or 20 units per acre. I always thought that Suffolk was actually really good because it's close to downtown. It's off the main drag. You have the gas station right there. And so I thought that would be that south side of Suffolk, which is number 4, would be a really good candidate for actually adding more units. So I think with number 4 in East Montecito, I think you have a lot more potential along with, I think we could probably get a lot more number, maybe not a lot more, but I think our ADU numbers seem low to me. I just think that just talking to people, the state change with the ADU laws, I think a lot of people are looking to get value out of their property with building new ADUs. So I think we're going to see an uptick there. But I just think 3, 5, and 6, I just don't think it's realistic to think that we're going to get 30 units per acre there. And I really do think that obviously, for the reasons that other council members said, and the mayor pro tem. And I think that the library parking lot, that's, again, I think it's kind of fraught with landmines, trying to go down that route of thinking that that somehow is not going to be. I mean, I think right now the path seems to be that it's going to be a library parking lot or a library use. So I'd like to probably see, and I don't know how much time this is going to take. I just think East Montecito and Suffolk. So number 4, East Montecito, that to me is where the real action is. I think that 3, 5, and 6, although I think this is, look, I think this plan, again, is a good one, and I'm happy to be outvoted. I just think it's unrealistic to think that those properties are going to somehow be voted in favor of 30 units per acre. And that's kind of where I am right now. You know, I do think that we have to be realistic where people are here. I think that we have to balance our RENA obligations with preserving, you know, the quaint nature of our town. And so I think the further you get from that downtown area, that intersection of Sierra Madre Boulevard and Baldwin, the easier this becomes. So that's why kind of, again, East Montecito, maybe even the west side of Measure B, the number 2 site here with Mariposa and Lima, I think that's really where I'd focus. So that's, I mean, that's where I am now.
Good thoughts. Yeah.
I'll jump in if I can. Councilmember Harabedian, I like the idea of Montecito. I don't know, again, how realistic that is, but I think that's worth exploring. I know I am really anxious about the religious facilities to see if that can add into additional numbers. I know what I don't want is the third alternative with 2 sites at very high density. That's like not even a real option. It's nice that you put it on there, but I know that's not an option. But I mean, realistically, to get that Measure V pass, especially without a project, I think would be almost impossible. I think I would have been happy to say, okay, let's submit it, knowing that it wouldn't pass. But I don't know if that's really the intent of what we're supposed to do. And I'd like to consider realistically where else we can look at other locations. And then also, Councilmember Harabedian brought up a great point of the ADU. And again, who knows, maybe the religious facilities also will come into play and we can add some of those numbers in. I'm just reluctant to look at that alternative that was recommended, knowing that I just don't think with the Measure V properties or sections that are listed there that it would pass.
Okay. Councilmember Goetz.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. All very reasonable comments from my 2 colleagues. And I would like to compliment Director Gonzalez and Ms. Warner on a fantastic report here. Very easy to grasp, a lot of information put together very well. Yeah, I think the Councilmember Harabedian's idea about Montecito is something that I've thought about from time to time as well. And I guess my only issue with that is maybe there is a possibility we could make it into a manufacturing quasi light industrial zone in a more meaningful way than it is now. But I fully would accept the idea of converting the general intent for that area more for this purpose, given the pressure we're facing from Sacramento. I agree also that the site, number 1 site is, I just don't see that going anywhere. There's just too much at work right now in terms of the library. I just don't think that's just a lot of issues. I don't think that would pass muster. I do disagree. I think that you're right, Councilmember Harabedian, about the Howie's lot. I do believe that would be a kind of a lightning rod of controversy. I'm not so sure that the post office site would be. And I'm not so sure the parking lot on Mariposa would be as much. Of course, everything has to be put in the context of a discussion / campaign. So I think maybe those 2 properties, Suffolk property and maybe Montecito, if you could stitch something together, maybe you could come up with the units you need. I don't know. But I do take the point that given the map that we're looking at now, I don't think you could get a Measure V to pass as long as the Howies, as long as that property is in the mix. That's going to cause all kinds of problems. So I don't really know exactly what to propose here. It looks to me like we are making lemonade out of lemons, as was said earlier. So how are we going to make lemonade here, folks?
Well, I think, Councilmember Goss, I think just including asking staff to look into the Montecito site does help, because the direction it sounded like we were going was we need to have a backup in case Measure V doesn't pass. So that was going to be my suggestion. Of course, I think it was already understood, but you got to go out and find some alternative sites in case the Measure V vote doesn't pass. But as you go through your discussions with the community, I think Councilmember Harabedian's idea is a good one. Why not consider Montecito? You might find, talking to the community, that that might be something they would vote for, whereas site number 5 on Taylor's would be just absolutely out of the question, you know? So I think the direction is to go find more sites in case Measure V does not pass, but at the same time, look at the Montecito to see if that's a viable alternative. It sounds like it is from, thinking about it now.
So can I just ask you a question, Mayor? So you're thinking the way we're looking at it now, we just give it a shot and see if we could get support?
No, I would like staff to find more sites outside of the Measure V area.
Okay.
And also the library parking lot too. We need to decide one way or the other whether we're going to use that for the library or not. As Ms. Warner said, she doesn't recommend submitting something in the plan that we don't intend to follow through with it. So I think we need a definitive answer. Are we going to develop that as the library or not? And if we don't, if we can't come up with something, a reasonable plan, discussing with the Friends and the Library Board of Trustees, then we make a decision that we're going to submit that, But if we're going to use it as a library, then we ought to decide and then take it out of here. So meantime, while that question is raging, I think we need staff to go find more sites in case that one's not viable, and find sites in case none of the Measure V is viable, and also include Montecito as part of the Measure V, because we might find, discussing with people, that might be the one thing they vote for. I mean, we've got that giant metal shed over there that's rusting away. It looks horrible. I mean, I think everybody would say, like the Kensington, we have an eyesore with that abandoned hospital. And I remember when we were running for office at the time, Councilmember Harabedian, I mean, a lot of people just said, do something with that, get rid of that eyesore, So could be that on Montecito, that's a very good option if somebody wanted to purchase that property, if it was for sale, and develop it as high density, So I think that's a great idea.
Can I add in one more piece to this? I think we are going to have to consider Measure V, and if that's our first option, but I think it's going to need to take Site 5 out. I mean, that is the Taylor's and Howie's lot. And I think people will have a little bit more of an appetite, since Montecito is in Measure V area. Again, 6 may not be ideal, and 4. And again, we have to make a decision about 2, but I think it's going to be key to take out Site 5.
Okay, I would support that. I just think that's you folks are very politically savvy to recognize that. So I just don't think that's going to fly yet. So why don't we take it out?
Mayor, before I try and summarize what I think the direction is, can I ask Ms. Warner on alternative 2 and alternative 3, what the total was compared to our RENA numbers?
Not Site 2 and Site 3, but alternative.
Correct. Yes, alternative 2 and alternative 3 as well, please.
Well, alternative 2 is upzoning all of your R3 to 20 units an acre. So we didn't calculate what the potential is, but I think it would be extremely hard to justify the vast majority of your R3 sites recycling because the existing uses are still viable.
Correct. And for number
Can I
3,
just, hey, yeah, Mr. City Manager, let me just comment on that. I mean, along Baldwin, I know there's some R3 sites that have an old house on them that is not necessarily in great condition. There's a few of those. You don't think those are redevelopable?
Mayor, we'd probably have to look at the site specifically before we had Ms. Warner speculate on that.
Yeah.
What I think I'm hearing on the alternative outside of the Measure V area, hitting the RENA numbers is going to be very difficult, but doable. But what I was trying to get at is I think what council is going to see as an alternative is a mix of 2 and 3 if Measure V is not included. People have a wide range of feelings on RENA, so without getting into how we feel about it, this exercise is doing exactly what the law is intending for it to do. And if density does not go downtown, then it will be pushed out into the neighborhoods, and that's a choice we can make as a community. But what we're going to be looking at is incentivizing multifamily R2, multifamily R3 that are at their max density now to dramatically increase their density to 2.5, 3 times what is currently in place. So while I agree, knowing that we're not voting on a specific project, but the idea of changing Measure V, what I think staff is going to come back with after the outreach is leaving 2 and 4, talking with people about East Montecito, which is in Measure V, seeing if there's an appetite for that, but then really focus our energy on finding sites outside of Measure V, recognizing that though that's not a desirable alternative, as the Mayor Pro Tem said, it's the most likely area that we would be going to is trying to find higher density across the board in our multifamily and probably having to select sites for the ultra high density.
Yeah, I think that's right on because look, we have to have that plan in place anyway in case Measure V fails. We just have to, so why not just do it now? And then you have something to talk to the public about.
Okay, so Mayor, with that, we are going to remove 3, 5, and 6. And I think at this point, we're probably removing 1 as well, which leaves us with 2 and 4 as identified sites. We will look for both inside Measure V, but only on East Montecito, and the rest of the sites for alternative B, or maybe alternative A in this case, will be everything outside of Measure V, with a very clear discussion on what it takes to get something like this passed at the state level. And as Ms. Warner said, it's going to be difficult, even though we're increasing our R3. It's hard to make the case that increase is actually going to turn over the property.
Could I point of information here? Could someone explain to me why 30 units per acre is better for the city outside of Measure V than it is inside Measure V? I don't still follow the reasoning. It seems like if it's a bad idea, it's a bad idea everywhere, but it's probably better placed inside Measure V. So I'd like to hear some discussion about that. I mean, some kind of principle that we could perhaps, debate in the city that deals with this. Just shoving this stuff outside of Measure V, I don't think is really any more appealing to people who supported Measure V than keeping it in Measure V. They're against density, right?
Well, Councilmember Goss, it's really just a matter of convincing people of that point of view. It's really that simple.
I mean, that's where I'm at. I mean, we can push it out, but that's not going to make it any more better for our community. It's certainly not going to make it any more popular. And it's probably not as good. If it's not going to be down in the Measure V area, it's probably going to create problems for areas which are R1, R2,
Right.
that are not presently affected by R3 designations or is impacted as much.
You're absolutely right. But to make the case to the voters, you need to know what the alternative is right now of removing those from Measure V. So the study has to be done
Right.
so that you can say, this is the likely outcome if this doesn't happen, you know?
Mr. City Manager, I heard you saying eliminate Site 3, and I actually think that should be kept in the equation, but again, I could be in the.
No, I agree too.
Yeah, I would prefer to leave that in the discussion.
What about 6?
I'm not really thinking that it's necessary to remove that. I agree with Councilmember Harabedian that it's not likely to be approved, but I don't see the harm in leaving it in there. I think 5 is definitely a no-go,
Definitely.
but 6, you know, I'd leave it in for now.
So, okay, so 2,
Well,
3,
let's-
4, and 6
Let's
will
hear
remain.
from, Councilmember Harabedian. What do you think?
Yeah.
Should we
Yeah,
just
no,
leave it in?
I think to both of those points, so to Councilmember Goss's point, I mean, I think I agree with the mayor. You know, it's not whether I like 30 units outside of Measure V or don't like it. I mean, I don't like it. But at the end of the day, the reality is that within Measure V, it has to go to a vote. And I just think the likelihood of it passing, even if it should be there and not within Measure V areas, is hard. East Montecito being different. To me, I think East Montecito is actually unique in that I think that street could actually use more density and be a good place for it. I think, you know, I'm fine keeping 6 and 3 in with, you know, my feeling is that is still just very hard politically. And I think, you know, from a voting standpoint, I think people are going to view those areas a little bit more sensitively than other areas. But I'm fine. I'm fine leaving it in. I just think that, you know, we have to be realistic about, without a project specific vote, you're basically going to the voters and saying, will you approve 30 acres per unit on those sites? I just think it gives a lot of people a lot of heartburn unless you have a lot of money to do a very good education campaign. So I think it's just really a political calculus, you know. So I guess Measure V is doing what it's supposed to, which is in some ways keeping density out of downtown. But to Councilmember Goss's point, I mean, the density has to go somewhere. So.
Well, just following up on that, what was the thinking by the proponents of Measure V when they talked about Montecito? Why is it included?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
Because it does seem to be very unique.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm fine keeping 3 and 6 in there.
Okay.
And I mean, we're going to be exploring alternatives with the community. So I think we'll hear.
How about one more question about Site 1? Can we just remove the parking lot from that site, or do we have to eliminate the whole thing? Because there are 2 parcels there that are single family that could be developed.
Which one are you on, Mayor?
Site number 1, the library parking lot.
The ones
There's,
next
there's
to it.
4 parcels.
Mayor, the vacant unit, I believe, was 6 units of the net gain for that ad. So we probably could remove the parking lot, but I'm not sure what that would do to the total gain on that site.
We would be left with a 5 net unit gain.
Okay, 5 is better than nothing.
Better than nothing.
Although, per the new site requirement, sites need to be at least half an acre.
Oh.
And those 2 little parcels are 15,000 square feet. So they're like a third of an acre.
So, but there's 3 parcels, correct?
There's an apartment building in between the vacant parcel and the 2 little parcels, but the apartment building is in good shape. We couldn't include that as a potential recycle parcel.
By itself.
Without the vacant property there, I think we wouldn't include site number 1.
I also wanted to share that my preference would be if you can find create some sites in the Montecito area. Probably the first thing I would eliminate is the site 6.
Okay, just one more question. I brought this up last time. The parcel that Park Avenue dead ends into is a pretty big parcel. And that's got an apartment complex on it that it looks to me like very low density. That big lot there, you could really pack a lot of people in there. Why isn't that lot considered? You just look at the map where you go north on Park Avenue, it dead into that big square right there.
I believe that's developed with the large blue multifamily building with the parking, not quite semi-subterranean parking, but
No, it's not. It's not. That one there is it's a rental, but it's Palm Gardens or something.
They're
It's
pink.
called
Yeah, it's pink.
Pink. Okay, and it's spread out. I mean, there's a lot of land in the middle, and the buildings are not even adjacent to each other. The density is very low on that.
Yeah,
It seems like to me ripe for redevelopment.
We'll
You
take
could
a look
put
at
a lot
that.
of units on there. So I just ask that you take another look at that one. And yeah. Okay. So do we have direction for staff? More work? Sorry.
Back to the drawing board.
What's the timing on all of this? When do we need to submit? Oh, actually, it has to align probably, I think, with, well, I was going to say voting. This has to go to ballot. So even if we keep Measure V in, this would not go to vote until November 21? 2021? No, 2022. Right?
That's our next election after this fall.
Yeah, would this, if we made a decision, were you hoping to make it by this November? It couldn't go out to vote this November, correct?
It's too late, right?
That's what we were hoping for.
Oh,
That would have to be by August. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That changes things.
Well,
The deadline would be August 7th.
if we can't make this election, then we submit and we get tentative approval, then we have to go to the next election. I don't see that as a big problem.
Yeah,
The state will give us tentative approval.
that's what they did in Yorba Linda, yes. You could always have a special election, but of course that's expensive.
And I think the public outreach will give us a better feel for whether it's, one or two of those sites might or might not pass.
yeah, and to do adequate outreach and discussion with the community, there's no way
With
August.
COVID?
Yeah.
And to answer your question, the element is required to be adopted by October of next year. The RENA is scheduled to be adopted by SCAG in February of next year. So once the RENA is adopted by SCAG, we can get the draft element up to the state. And we'll know by the latest September of this year whether SB 899 becomes law. So that timing is good. So we'll know what kind of opportunities we have on the church sites.
Okay. Okay. Are we good, Director Gonzalez and City Manager England?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, we'll come back with direction provided by council.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's move on. Discussion item number 2, City of Sierra Madre Police Department, 8 can't wait policy comparison. And I'll just announce after that, then we'll be discussing the use of trails and on the neighborhood impacts.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to turn it over to the chief in just a moment. The 8 can't wait policy, the reason we agendize this tonight is the Los Angeles County Supervisors Hahn and Ridley Thomas had asked all of the 46 local police departments in the county to review their use of force policies and report out how they were compliant with 8 Can't Wait. And that's what we're doing tonight. So the chief is going to walk us through each of them one by one, and then we'll report back to the county that we accepted their request. So Chief, take it over.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave. I just want to let folks know I just started experiencing kind of an internet fade here, and some of you have frozen. So if that problem goes on while I'm giving my presentation, maybe I'll dial in on a phone and keep the screen up, because at least I can see the presentation. So James, if I can get you to put that up on the screen, please. Great, thank you. So first, I just want to say that the men and women of this department recognize and respect the value of human life and the fair treatment of all, and our policies reflect that sentiment. So the review of our policies, I'm glad to tell you, actually began months ago with Interim Chief Jim Hunt while he was here, and then he has since passed that on to me, and the review continues just to ensure that we have the best policies and procedures in place to serve our citizens. So specifically regarding the 8 Can't Wait policies, our policies are in line, except for there were 2 areas where we did need to make some change. And the first is on the screen now regarding a de-escalation policy. So this department has practiced and instructed de-escalation techniques for several years, but however did not have a specific policy in place. So we did just recently develop a policy for de-escalation, and it is 300.3.5, and that not only covers de-escalation during a use of force, or in other words, reevaluating what force is necessary to accomplish getting someone into custody, but also we teach our officers verbal and nonverbal techniques in order to hopefully not cause the force to happen. You know, the ideal outcome is no force at all. So, and I also want to let you know, we have a partnership that we set up with the Department of Mental Health, which came from my existing previous agency, where we're going to have them come and some of their clinicians teach violent behavior indicators and de-escalation techniques to further our training and knowledge to deal with such issues. Next slide, please. So, and this is the next area where we did have to make a change. Previously, our policy did allow for use of the carotid restraint hold. And as of June 7th, 20, we suspended that policy or that the use of that technique. And I just want to add that our department, nor any other law enforcement agency that I know currently recognizes a chokehold or a stranglehold, or even the term. Next slide, please. The next being requiring all uses of force to be reported. This was already existing in our policy, and our policy requires individual officers who are involved in a use of force to report it to a supervisor, as well as any allegations that an individual may make. And it also requires that those officers document their actions. Following that, we also require our supervisors they're required to conduct a thorough investigation into any use of force. Next slide. So establishing a use of force continuum. So we require officers, and it's per our policy, to only use that force that is objectively reasonable and necessary. The use of force continuum is a very aged concept. In fact, it was something that I dealt with 32 years ago as a patrol officer. And current times have given way to more knowledge and science-based use of force techniques and training. So we do not have a force continuum, or in other words, a ladder. It's very difficult to give officers a ladder that they should look at as far as how a force incident should take place. It's really going to be based on the totality of the circumstances, and they should be allowed to have options, including de-escalation. Next slide, please. Exhausting all alternatives before shooting. Our policy clearly states that we expect our officers to evaluate other use of force alternatives prior to firing their weapons. I want to be sure that everyone knows that the firing of a weapon or use of deadly force can only happen in the defense of human life, and our policy states that. I'm sorry, one second. And our policies are in line with the Penal Code section 835, which governs use of force and use of deadly force. And we're right in line with that. Next slide, please. A duty to intervene. This was already existed in our policy as well. And it states that officers will intervene to prevent the use of unreasonable force, or in other words, also prevent harm to others. So, and we spend quite an amount of time talking to our officers, developing scenarios, discussing scenarios to help them understand that this isn't only their duty, but also give them ways to go about this. So, and understand that, and make sure they understand that they are required to basically protect all life and all human beings. So, and that in the event they witness another officer doing such a thing, that duty still remains with them, and they will have to intervene. And they're also expected to promptly report any incident to a supervisor following such an incident happening. Next slide, please. So the banning of shooting at moving vehicles. There are circumstances when it may be necessary to shoot to shoot or fire upon a moving vehicle. As within our deadly force policy, it is clear that this can only happen if there's a threat to human life. But we also ensure that our officers understand that they must consider and take other action if applicable or if feasible, such as moving out of the way of a vehicle that is coming their way. They have to consider these other options. Every effort, when feasible, to move out of the path of a vehicle must happen. And we take the time to ensure our officers understand that. Next slide. So requiring warning before shooting. Our policy requires reasonable effort, not only to give a warning before shooting, but also to ensure that they identify themselves. Now, this is only when feasible, because there are situations that will dictate differently, such as, for example, an officer walking into an incident where he immediately takes fire. As you can imagine, there may not be time for an officer to give a warning or identify himself under those circumstances. So that was the last of the 8 can't wait. I just want to say that I'm extremely happy with our officers here and their reverence for life. And I think we're in a really good place. I also want you to know that our uses of force are extremely minimal, and we continue, even at the management level, to look at our risk management issues, and we're doing annual reviews of all our risk management issues, including complaints and uses of force. And this gives us the ability to identify indicators and ensure that we don't have officers that are moving in a wrong direction or develop some type of trend of unfavorable performance. So, and with that, I'll close and ask if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. What questions?
I have some questions. Chief, thank you for the report. Just a couple, maybe this is a silly question. The carotid restraint control hold, that is, the popular vernacular is chokehold, correct?
Well, it actually, sir, it is not, at least not in current times. I do recall hearing that term used many, many years ago, but with law enforcement, we're really have put a lot of time towards ensuring that the correct term carotid restraint is used.
Well, so I'm asking this not because I'm advocating it, but I'm asking out of sincere concern for safety for your officers. If you're no longer using that hold, will your officers be able to get some type of an assailant in a worst case scenario under control safely for themselves and the assailant without that hold?
So there are many, many alternatives and tools out there that we have that we can use to deal with an assailant, but every scenario is so different, and quite often every scenario is dictated by the actions of the assailant. So it's really hard to say what we will and won't be able to do.
Right.
But I understand what you're saying, sir, and I think I and some of my peers do have concern about losing, another ability to protect ourselves and hopefully bring a matter to conclusion without the use of deadly force.
I'm kind of setting you up because I'm thinking every time our staff has come to us in recent years, because we've been rebuilding this police department, as you're well aware, for some time, and we're very confident in the quality of our leadership and the quality of our personnel. And every time our staff has come and asked us for money for training, this council has been forthcoming with it. And I'm wanting to know if going along with this policy, if there's any new type of training that we can help pay for here in the near future that might supplement your officers' capabilities in this way.
Thank you, sir. And that's wonderful to hear from this council. And it's been made very apparent to me by my officers and Jim Hunt, the interim chief, that this council is extremely supportive. So the implementation of new training and techniques continues to go. And we're visiting and looking at the different things that are out there, and including body cams, which is a really big topic right now. So unfortunately with COVID, it's really put a damper and a stamp on some of the exciting things that it sounds like we're going to come out. While I'm really happy to say that right now, our officers are all completely trained at what they need to be regarding the use of force and post. Now we're kind of waiting for post, because post looks like we froze for a minute. Let me make sure we're back. Can everyone hear me yet?
Yeah.
We can hear you fine, yeah.
Hello? Hello.
We can hear you, Chief.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, the picture froze. Yeah, we're kind of waiting and holding on posts, And the concern is that well, they actually are very backed up now because every agency basically got paused. So, but we're going to continue to look for other opportunities and advancements in training. And I appreciate your support in that.
Okay, so from your vantage point, we're copacetic here. We're going to be able to do the job of policing and keep our citizens safe if we make these adjustments that you're suggesting.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay.
I really do believe that.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Questions, others?
Thank you, Chief, for that, for the presentation. It's helpful, especially getting more acquainted with the 8 can't wait. It seems like the these 8 kind of policy goals were essentially there or close to being there from a policy standpoint. I mean, are there any of these that you would not be comfortable with? And I'm not really seeing it from your presentation or the written responses, that you wouldn't be comfortable with implementing from a policy level?
No, sir. Councilman Goss kind of touched on the carotid restraint, and I think that myself and all my peers and my officers, we have some concern when we lose one of our tools, but I don't have overbearing concern with not using the carotid restraint, and especially here in this department. As I mentioned, or since I'm coming here, we're starting to do risk management reviews. And one of the reviews I immediately did was to try and find out have we used the chokehold, the carotid restraint, have we used a carotid restraint? And from the most experienced officers here who've been here over 20 years, they could not recall that technique ever being used. So I don't have an overbearing concern regarding that or any of the other implementations that we're talking here. And once again, all but 2 were right there in our policy. And one, the de-escalation that wasn't in the policy, was absolutely being practiced here. So we're in really good shape.
That's good. And I ask because I think residents are going to want to know, has Sierra Madre as a city adopted 8 can't wait, or what's the formal position of the city? And, so I guess before we would do anything on a formal level as a city council, I'm not suggesting that we're going to do that at all. I do want to see if there would be any, let's say the city council adopted or just passed a resolution that said that we as a city council support adopting 8 can't wait in our police department. Would that cause an issue with the department?
No, sir. I do not believe so at all. And so, several of our surrounding cities are already moving in that direction. So
okay.
I think we'll be in line with everyone else. And I think the officers are prepared to receive this.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a question regarding, we're hearing a lot about the defund police. And, we just have such a small department, and, just hearing some of the rationale for that, saying that officers are often not best qualified to deal with domestic disputes and things like that. So I just want to, I don't see any other way our department could operate. I mean, we have minimal patrols right now and minimal people on duty. We couldn't defund to hire mental health experts or anything like that. So it just seems to me that in a small department like ours, especially with a pretty good track record, that our officers have to continue to do some of those things that others are suggesting that are better handled by other professionals. So we just have to continue to do this. So do you feel that our officers are getting all the training that they need to deal with homeless, deal with domestic disputes, deal with drug problems and things like that? Because I feel like that is the job of our officers here. and there's no other way we can perform those functions.
You know, Mayor, I am absolutely in agreement with you that a lot of these things that there's talk about bringing in private entities and others to deal with are a part of law enforcement, and that we have to be a part of that. And sadly, some of my experiences as an officer have proven that to me, and some of those instances were not pleasant. So I think that our officers are receiving or have received all the training they need to complete this job. But I also know that the job continues to change, the challenges continue to change. Everybody, I'm sure, is absolutely aware of how mental health has really just taken a climb and has really become a focal point for law enforcement, or one of the things that we're dealing with more and more. So we will have to continue to provide training. We will have to continue to look for the changes in training in these areas. And my commitment to you is that I am going to continue to identify what the officers need and what's out there for them. And I'm also going to look for avenues to provide that training at times, hopefully, without a cost to the city, because there are avenues out there, and we have a duty to be, you know, fiscally responsible to the city as well. So, and especially as supporters that you folks have been.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, one more question, and this has to deal with race relations. You know, just attending the rally that was here in Sierra Madre opened my eyes a little bit. And, you know, as a white guy, old white guy in an affluent neighborhood, like I say, it's impossible for me to really understand the experience that African Americans or other races are experiencing. And have we had sufficient sensitivity training on these kinds of things? Because I still hear occasionally, I get an example of some racial profiling, and you know, you hear that often, just the term driving while black, you know, and just even hearing Senator Scott, who works in Washington, D.C., saying, I think he got pulled over 4 times in Washington, D.C., and how many of his white colleagues ever get pulled over. So this stuff goes on. And I know that it has happened in Sierra Madre. And I just want to be sure that everybody is really sensitive to that now, and getting a possible training on it. Because like I say, even for myself, I may be completely unaware of my own behavior sometimes with regard to race, just because I don't live it every day, you know? So what are we doing there to just ensure that we're really sensitive to this?
Yes, sir. Thank you. A very, very important topic. And I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I believe the post mandate for such training, I know there's 24 hours of perishable skills training that we have to provide. And then there's other training scenarios that are mandated by posts. And the cultural diversity, I believe, and once again, please don't quote me, is an 8-hour session. And I think it happens, or excuse me, a 4-hour session that happens every 2 years. That is an area where I've already started to look and figure out what additional training we could provide. And that's to include possibly coming up with something that isn't out there, and giving our officers an opportunity to learn other cultures. I've gone with my 32 years, and I've always used the term that I want to be a connoisseur of culture, because I understand that knowing what other cultures, what lies within other cultures and what's important to them is only going to allow me to do my position and my job much better as a law enforcement officer. I am already beginning to preach this to our officers, and we're going to look for opportunities to bring additional information about culture to them. I've already reached out to Pasadena and learned about their clergy council and trying to seek opportunities and see what they have and what they're doing in the area of increasing officers' knowledge about culture. So while we are meeting the training standards, I do believe personally that we can never get enough, and that we have to continue to broaden their knowledge in this area, and that we as the management team have to look at things like you're just talking about, and that's past and present. And that's why I've kind of told community members, and I'll be glad when we get out of COVID so I can meet them personally, to please bring forward any issues, because we can only deal with what's happening in the present if we pay attention to the past problems as well. So I encourage any community members out there who do have a concern to reach out to me personally, and that's whether it's past or present.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions? Okay.
Not questions, Mayor, but are you going to have an opportunity for comment?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. So can we open it up for public comment here?
Mr. Mayor, there is one person currently on the line, so I'll let them in now.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, there is one person currently. Good evening, caller. I'll let them in now. We're currently taking comments. Would you please state your name and city of residence for the record? If you're currently listening to the meeting live, please mute your feed to avoid feedback.
Yes, my name is Robert Parkhurst, 375 East Grandview Avenue.
Go ahead. You will have 3 minutes to provide your comment.
Great. Thank you very much to the City Council for considering this item. This is Robert Parkhurst, 375 East Grandview Avenue. I really appreciate, especially this time bringing this up. Sierra Madre is a great place to live. As I have heard the mayor say at one point, that we're one of the 20th safest cities in the state. I've even had a situation where I had a police officer have to come to my house because of a faulty alarm, and they were responding incredibly quickly and very friendly. But this is a real rapidly evolving area. And I think it's something we need to really consider. I appreciate the chief's comments about the evolving need for mental health to become a focus of this. And I echo the mayor's comments that we really need to be thinking about this and be very present on it, and appreciate what has been done. If you look at the 8 Can't Wait website, I'm going to quote from it, and this is what it says. It says, if you are from a place where 8 Can't Wait is being considered, demand steps towards defunding and abolition. Now, I am not advocating that at all tonight, but I want to point it out is that because this is a rapidly evolving place, we should encourage ourselves to continue to invest the time and resources in figuring out what more we can do. I'm pleased that the city is adopting these measures tonight, but would encourage an ongoing look at them and figuring out how we can continue to be the progressive and thoughtful city that I'm proud to be a resident at. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parkhurst.
Mr. Mayor, that was our only comment for this item.
Okay, great.
Mayor?
Yes.
The city did receive 2 email public comments, and they were from Stanton Hunter and also Jane Nelson. Those comments were emailed to the city council previously for consideration, and they will be filed as public record.
Okay, well, thank you for reminding me, because there were a couple things in there that I had questions on. One person was saying, commenting on ticket quotas. Do we have ticket quotas? Do our officers have a quota to write traffic tickets?
No, Mayor.
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. How about the other one that says that we should not contract with the sheriff? Do we have a contract with the sheriff?
No, Mayor.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, very good. So this is a receive and file, so there's no action to be taken.
Mayor, may I just make a general comment? I
Sure.
just didn't have any questions earlier, but thank you, Chief Armlin, for sharing this. I know that for some of us, we did receive communication on where the city stands on the 8 can't wait. I particularly was thinking, I was very defensive, and I said, our city's just fine, and our police department is great. I don't even think we have these issues. But I think it's important to share with the public and as to where we stand with all these policy issues. As to whether we adopt it as a whole or not, it is really wasn't my end goal. It was just to see where do we as a city and our police department stand with all these policies. I think an important key piece, and I appreciate the fact as to where your previous employer was, because you have a lot of resources there, not just within that entity, but any of those connections. So I look forward to your network and seeing how we can leverage that with our police department. And also the focus on de-escalation, I think, is going to be extremely key. I'd like to think that we don't really face some of the physical issues that are brought up here, as well as some of the shooting pieces. And again, I know that that does come up as a way that we have to deal with the public at some point. But I feel as if the de-escalation piece is going to be extremely important with working with some of the calls that we have. And also recognizing that, some of these, and I think in each of the policies it states, unless absolutely necessary. And there are cases that are absolutely necessary. But again, the training piece, I think, is going to be extremely key to ensure that we don't have to escalate to that point if it's not necessary. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, thank you. Chief, for everything. I guess just a question to the mayor and my fellow council members. I mean, to the chief's point, if other councils are actually adopting, I guess it would be a resolution. I'm not sure exactly what form it is. I know this is a receive and file, but what exactly do we want to do? Do we want to just receive and file this? Do we want to take a step further and just formally vote that we are in support of it? Can't wait, given, again, given where our department is anyway. But I do think that these are good principles. So I'm just throwing that out there. Do we want to just receive and file, or do we want to, we could always re-agendize? I'm not sure where everyone's head's at on that.
Well, I'll respond to that. I think this is fantastic news that we're at where we're at, and that we started this months ago. And I'd like the public to be aware of that fact. I think the chief's doing a brilliant job here. And it's another reason why I'm proud of this police department. So I'd love to take some kind of position as a council, but I'd like somewhere in that statement, or maybe in an agendized issue in the future, to make sure it's recognized that this is already in the works in our policy making. Because I think that's a very important thing for our public to know. So I'm with you. I do think that we should do something to recognize this.
Agreed.
Yeah, Mr. City Manager, is it possible to summarize in a resolution or something that we could vote on and just have a record of it?
Certainly, Mayor, we can bring that back at the July 14th meeting.
Okay, yeah, because now that it's mentioned, when I'm thinking about it, I had received a request to make a commitment, and part of that was to review the policies, get some feedback from the public on it, and then, publish it and acknowledge it or something like that. So that is consistent with what I had committed to, so that'd be great.
And also too, I'm not sure what Mr. Parkhurst was referring to. I was trying to see if I could find it, but I'd be interested to find out what he was referring to about, was it abolishment or, yeah, that makes me a little skittish about this. So I just want to make sure we have do the proper research before adopting anything that might be affiliated with statements like that.
Right. I just, to qualify what I just said, I agree completely with you, Mayor Pro Tem. What I'm looking at in this attachment is the only thing that I'm saying that it was commented on directly by the chief, is what I'm very pleased to be able to tell people when I talk to them. has been in the works here in Sierra Madre sometime before the protests started, which I think is a comment about how our government is run right now. And so I agree with you. If there's anything if there's other baggage associated with this that I'm not aware of, I would certainly want to look at that independently before I could approve all that.
I think it's worth mentioning too, it was just a couple of years ago where one of our young officers had encountered somebody he pulled over in a traffic stop that actually had stolen goods in his car. And I remember the chief, I don't know if he told everybody or he told just me, but he said the way our officer handled it in de-escalation, he said in many other departments that person would have been shot. And our officer de-escalated and took him in under custody without any violence. And so, that's pretty impressive for a young officer. So we have been doing some of these things right all along, and with continued emphasis, this is really good. Okay, good. All right. So, okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is, what time is it? Can we take a 5-minute break?
Okay.
And James, if you can put the splash screen up there, if anybody does wish to comment, let them know that, they can get in the queue if they want. Okay. All right. Take a 5-minute break here. Okay, good. Okay, so Mr. City Manager, you want to take it from here? We're going to talk about the use of trails and neighborhood impacts.
Thank you, Mayor. As we moved through the different phases of Safer at Home at both the county and the state level, outdoor recreation opportunities were prioritized as safer activities, which led to an increase in outdoor use of trails, state parks, and Sierra Madre has been not been spared. In addition to that, Chantry Flat, they decided to close, after initially opening, they decided to close 7 days a week and then moved that restriction back to just the weekends. And it left Sierra Madre was forced to enforce their closure. With that, people moved to Mount Wilson Trail when they didn't have access to Chantry Flat. We had a change in strategy, so council knows, with the Forest Service over the weekend. We told them that we wouldn't enforce their closures anymore, and if they wanted to keep the gate closed, that they would have to put someone there to turn pedestrian and bike traffic away. And what we found through our enforcement is when the gate to Chantry is open, things are generally better in Sierra Madre, certainly not perfect, but generally better than what they are when the gate is closed and people park and walk up. And in talking with both of the chiefs, police and fire chief today, they want us to give consideration to actually removing the gate or allowing the Forest Service to take it over. So that's not for discussion tonight, but I wanted to give council the latest update in context of the trail discussion we're about to have. So what staff did is laid out 6 options, and we tried to phase them 1 through 6 on if the belief of council is that this increase is permanent and needs to be addressed, you would look at options higher up the ladder, all the way up to 6. If council believed the increase is temporary and due to COVID or due to the closures at Chantry or the reservation system at Eaton, we may want to look at lower numbers on the list. In addition to the increase in cost and complexity 1 through 6. 1 is the easiest and cheapest and least complex. 6 is the most expensive and most complex, and it would be a permanent solution to the problem. So staff does think that the greatest increase in trail use is due to COVID, due to more people being outside specifically or generally, and then also specifically the closures at Chantry Flat, the reservation system at Eaton Canyon have pushed more recreation enthusiasts into Sierra Madre. With that, the 6 options, if council wants to take any action tonight, number 1 would be close the trails to mirror the Chantry closure. Even though as of 5 o'clock, Chantry is now saying they may remain open now and not close on the weekends. Number 2 would be to prohibit on-street parking in the impacted areas for all vehicles. Number 3 would be to continue the current plan of action authorizing overtime for additional police patrol and additional parking enforcement. And so council knows we've been bringing in an extra 2 officers on overtime, as well as extra personnel to each weekend to enforce parking. 4, now we're getting into the more permanent solutions, would be to enact parking restrictions based on neighborhood or address, create a new parking ordinance. 5 would be create a reservation system for use of the trails that would limit total capacity and thereby limit the congestion. And number 6 would be hire a park ranger or similar personnel that could address trail use, parking, littering, and everything that goes around trail regulations. The attachment to the staff report tried to lay out the positives, the negatives of each step. And as council knows, this is really a discussion on trade-offs where any lever you pull has a positive impact, but it also has a negative impact to another part of the community or trail users or other people that have general interest in the area. So with that, Mayor, we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
I have a question.
Oops, go ahead, Councilmember Goss. Yeah.
Option number 6, what would, I mean, if, assuming that's a realistic option, what would that be, ranger or rangers? What would the scope of their duties be? How would they go about doing their work?
So this would have to be completed in conjunction with another one of the 1 through 5, but the park ranger or rangers would essentially enforce any trail regulations that council put in place. So hours of use, for example, they would enforce any parking issues that are on the books today or any parking regulations that council added. There would likely also be an education component, and it would also have someone dedicated to the trails, which may alleviate some graffiti or any other trail damage that we've seen. So it's the most comprehensive solution. It comes with the greatest cost, but that would be something council could use to manage our multiple recreation areas, not just the trails, but also our parks and other areas of the town.
So it'd be something like a code enforcement officer with highly specified responsibilities.
Well, yes, it could be, Councilmember Goss. We would think of it more as someone that provides education, then their ancillary duties would be parking and trail regulation enforcement.
Right.
Okay, what other questions?
I don't have any questions.
So, you know, the 6 that you put together here, Mr. City Manager, you have incorporated the suggestions from the petition that the Miramonte neighbors have.
We would have incorporated some of those solutions, but not directly. I think the petitions piece speaks to the specific complaints of people near Mount Wilson. We were looking for a more holistic approach for the Arno neighborhood example by Chantry, people by Bailey Canyon. And when we start talking about park rangers, then we start talking about the people that are impacted at Sierra Vista Park. So we didn't copy the suggestions, but we certainly took the items into account and tried to apply them citywide.
Yeah. So just again, I just want to be sensitive to the recommendations that the neighbors put together. I mean, you know, first thing, their recommendation number 1 is to have a Monrovia Canyon model where we have a web-based reservation system. So basically what we're saying here is that we have to decide whether this is a long-term or a short-term problem. If it's a short-term problem, even putting a system like this in place, it doesn't really get to some of the complaints that are there, that there's lack of parking for residents on the street there. Even if we were to put in a reservation system, there still is nowhere to park. So people are still going to park on Miramonte.
Yeah, Mayor, I think that's correct. When you talk about a reservation system, is that specific recommendation to truly impact the neighborhood parking, you would have to restrict the capacity on the trails well below what it can handle. So if we were to do some type of capacity system, then we may want to continue with either additional parking patrols or implement parking regulation.
Yeah. And again, we still have the problem of how do we manage this? I mean, if we, you know, charge a fee, it's not going to cover the cost of implementing, because if we can't enforce it, there's no point in doing it. So their suggestion was to limit the reservations to 70 and charging a $5 fee. But I think even before we talk about something like this, I think it doesn't really get to solve some of the short-term problems. So I think, maybe we need to decide whether we're here to fix the short-term problem or long-term, but I guess that would be part of the discussion, part of this. The other is requiring a parking permit. I mean, the council, we talked about this years ago because we had a complaint of the increase in traffic because of Sierra Madre School, because over the years, Sierra Madre Schools expanded twice, and they got rid of the drop-off parking that used to take place in the parking lot, and it all takes place on the street. But if going back, that would happened about 7-8 years ago, we discussed that, but the thought of creating a zone just pushed the problem in a different area. So that was quickly rejected. So the Glendora Garcia Trail model is the same thing. You draw a circle, a 1 mile radius, and maybe it works for them. But if we took a 1 mile radius, it just pretty much takes us to the city limits here, and we'd have to pretty much do the whole city. And then where would you park? Where would anybody park? So I guess we can talk about those during the discussion, but I'm just having a really tough time looking through these things to see what we can do right away to alleviate some of the problems. So maybe we'll just save that for the discussion part of it. So there's no other questions.
Well, maybe I should follow that up. I'm sorry. I know it's getting late. Yeah, I have a lot of questions. I mean, maybe we can do that during the discussion. I mean, the first question is, okay, you've got people coming in way earlier in the morning than they should be there. Why aren't we ticketing them for that? I mean, if they're there at 4 in the morning, they're that's in violation. It's got to be in violation of perhaps a noise ordinance. I'm not sure. It just seems like some of the concerns that I read about they're obviously all valid. Some of them seem to be things that we could be dealing with right now. This issue of them, leaving messes on public streets. To me, that's just a matter of enforcement. It's a matter of getting people out there and driving. Maybe, I don't know if it's going to have to be a police issue. I guess it'll have to be a police issue, but maybe there are other people we could employ to get out there and just remind people to put trash bins out there and maybe empty them out more often. I'm not sure what to do there, but it seems to me that some of these are not particularly complex problems.
So Councilman Regassa, I agree on it wouldn't be a noise violation being out before hours. If we wanted to start looking at some type of trespassing, if people are on the trails beforehand, we certainly could. We'd have to be careful about observing them actually enter the trail. But the point you're hitting on is that if council wants us to continue or change but provide enhanced enforcement, then tonight's discussion, we'd talk about what that looks like in an authorization of funds to continue. Over the past 3 weekends, we've spent about $20,000 in overtime to handle the problem. And when we talk about violations like littering, that has to be observed for an officer to write a ticket on it. So we could station an officer at both the Chantry Gate and an officer at Mount Wilson Trail. And there's a cost associated with that.
Right.
So that's, I think part of the discussion is this a temporary or permanent problem? And if we decide it's temporary, that's going to be a different route than if council decides it's a permanent issue.
Do we have trash receptacles at the trailheads?
There are trash bins. We could certainly put more out there. And I don't think that would be an issue. I know that I think Mount Wilson, we could look at how often that's emptied, for example. I don't think the issue is with the bins. I think it is when people, whatever they pack in, when they feel like they're done with it, if there isn't a trash can within 2 yards of them, then it goes on the ground. Some of the neighbors in the Arno area put out trash cans to encourage people to use their trash cans, which they liked. It sounds like when we met with the neighbors on Miramonte, the complaints were people were using their trash cans. So I think there's also how we talk with the neighborhoods and what we do. But putting trash cans out there in and of itself, I think will reduce some litter. But when you're talking about people that are already littering, I think it's unlikely that
Yeah.
they'll walk to the trash can.
It's a little disconcerting.
Well, that, does raise a good question about people being out there early on the trail. Why do we have a different starting time for the Bailey Canyon versus the Mount Wilson? Probably, has that been there a long time? I mean,
I'm not sure when the hours were adopted on the different trails, and I know the one for the National Forest up at Chantry, after the signs were made, they changed their hours, and they didn't notify us, so we didn't change our signs. But the council could certainly look at changing the times that the trails are available. Again, we're happy to station someone up there to turn them away, but that is not going to get rid of the problem of people parking and then walking up to the gate before they're turned away.
yeah.
So again, it depends what problem we're trying to solve. If the problem is capacity on the trail, we've got a perfect solution. We'll put an officer or reserve officer at the trailhead and we'll turn everyone away. If the issue is traffic in the neighborhood, then that solution is not going to be compatible with the problem we're trying to solve.
Have we given consideration to a shuttle system from downtown Sierra Madre up to these trailheads? Maybe as a temporary solution?
We have looked at that. I think long-term that may be something we could put together. I can tell you the conversation with the insurance agent, and I will just summarize here. He said, so you're going to take a bus full of people where there's not supposed to be congregation, put them all together, drive them through 7 different jurisdictions, and then drop them off in the national forest, and then be responsible to pick them back up. And they were a little slow to agree to provide insurance for that. So I think long-term, it's something that can be worked through. I do think it's a good idea. But in the context of safer at home, I'm not sure that that's something that we would be advertising and also in compliance with our insurance agent.
Thank you.
Okay, well, shall we open it up for public comment?
Mr. Mayor, you do have a number of people waiting to comment, so I'll start letting them in, okay?
Okay,
Good evening, caller. Thank you for calling. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed. Caller?
Are you asking for public comment at this point?
Yes, this is for the agenda item about the trails.
Okay.
You will have 3 minutes.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is John Fullenwider, and I live at 2082 Kaya Lane, Sierra Madre, California. While tonight's agenda item is a bit more generic than the direct traffic issues resulting from the excessive traffic and parking associated with public access to Chantry Flats, it should be noted that I was under the opinion that traffic issues associated with Chantry Flats would have been addressed as a result of the last City Council meeting, where I thought I heard the council direct the city manager to meet with community representatives in seeking a solution. The action did not occur in place of dealing with Chantry Flats as a specific agenda item on tonight's agenda. It seems to be moving on to the parking issues surrounding public access to the Mount Wilson Trail. Hopefully there is some synergy between the two and a potential outcome. Is everybody hearing this okay?
yes, yes.
See one of the supervisors. Okay. The issues are quite concerning. I'm aware that the city manager, the chief of police, the mayor, and other city council members have personally availed themselves and have a first-person knowledge of the issues facing the local residents living on Liliano Drive, Arno Drive, Kaya Lane, and Santa Anita. The extent of these issues can only be characterized as unsightly, in many cases bordering on being a biohazard, which includes diapers, urines and bottles, face masks, empty glass containers, plastic bottles, paper bags, and other personal items. It has also been noted that the large bushes on the northwest corner of Santa Anita and Arno are being used for public defecation and other options for relieving oneself. Sierra Madre has taken some steps which are most appreciative. However, they have not been effective, or perhaps as effective as they could have been. There is an electronic sign on Santa Anita indicating that the road is closed and no vehicles or public are allowed to go up the hill. This seems pretty straightforward to me. However, a large number of people seeking to hike up the hill seem to be focused on finding an alternative way. I've had people go up the road behind my house leading to the debris basin, only to find out that they can't get over the fence to get to the Chantry Flats Road. They've knocked on my door asking us if there's an alternative way to get to Chantry Flats. They do not seem to care that they've been told by the Sierra Madre Police that the road is closed to both vehicles and people. In my 23 years living in Sierra Madre, I've never experienced anything like this. There is a blatant disregard for local law enforcement and its direction. When access is not restricted and parking is no longer available at Chantry Flats, they begin parking on the surrounding streets, making noise, not adhering to social distancing, throwing trash on the grass and on the flower beds of houses lining those streets. I did not move to Sierra Madre to have my local streets become a high-speed thoroughfare with excessive parking and a complete disregard for mine and my neighbor's property for other Sierra Madre residents living and raising families in what was once a quiet neighborhood environment. The city needs to take immediate action to remedy these problems. These actions will have a direct effect on the value of my home, as no one would want to buy a home in a location where you can't even access it via the front door due to the excessive number of cars tightly parked in front of residents' homes. I can't believe this is what the city manager and elected officials of Sierra Madre want either. I was of the opinion that a specific action was to take place to begin addressing this issue. While I can fully appreciate issues surrounding public access to Mount Wilson, I would strongly encourage the City Council to include Chantry Flats issues with those solutions being sought related to Mount Wilson. Please note that in developing a solution, it can't be punitive to Sierra Madre residents. You can't place signs indicating no parking if it results in parking tickets given to Sierra Madre residents and their guests. In closing, I'd like to say thank you. And one of the things I'm hearing you say is that you're going to perhaps keep the Chantry Flats open. In the past, Chantry Flats has always been closed on typically the day before and on 4th of July. Is that going to happen again this year? Primarily, it's due to the fire issues.
Okay, thank you for your comments, and we'll answer questions after we hear from everybody who wishes to comment. Okay, next caller. And again, please keep the comments to 3 minutes. It's getting late, and try to summarize quickly and make your point, and we'll we'll deal with what we have to.
Good evening, caller. Please provide your name and city of residence for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed.
Hi, it's Carol Canterbury, 46 Victoria Lane, Sierra Madre. There were so many things I wanted to say, and I didn't make all my notes. With the bus idea, the city of Altadena, county of Altadena, they tried it and it failed miserably, and it cost a lot of money. When we started closing off the trails, all it did is made people go up Auburn, made people go up One Carter, made people jump the fence at Bailey, sneak around the monastery. So all they're going to do is just find another way to get up there. So that's not going to work. And as far as the trash bins go, on the flat part, where search and rescue goes, when they turn around where they keep their trucks at the top of Mount Wilson Road, there's no trash bins there. And may or may not make a difference to have them there. I don't know, because there's only one down by Lizzie's Trail Inn, and that's on the corner of Miramonte and Mount Wilson Road. I don't know how to stop the crowds or the parking situation, because it's hard enough to enforce that and then to decide who's a resident and who isn't. We also, I don't believe we can charge a fee to go in because it's the Angeles Forest. So, and I know there was U.S. District Court in April 28th. There was a case that was brought before them, and they were trying to deem the adventure pass as illegal. So I don't know if we can even do that because we're a national forest. But I will help in any way, and I really hope everyone does go up the trail, all the city council and our police chief and our city manager, and go up and really witness what's happening. Sometimes it's really bad, sometimes it's not so bad. I personally love going at 6 o'clock at night, and it's perfect. I have friends that have been going up the trail between 4 and 5 in the morning every single day for the last 20-something years, and they run up to Mount Wilson and back. So making a time schedule would be, I don't know if that would, I don't think that would work. And then how are you going to enforce it? Have someone there 24/7 saying, you know, it's too early for you to go running on the trail. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, caller. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed. Please mute your TV to avoid feedback.
Thank you. My name is Jacob Fakori, and I live in 1227 Arno Drive, Sierra Madre. Thank the City Council and the Mayor. I know it's gotten pretty late for taking the time and effort to deal with our problems. Also, once again, to thank the police chief and the department for the effort they have done in our area and being overwhelmed as they are. The way I see it, to put it simply, I know it's getting late, I think we have 2 separate problems here. The first problem is the parking issue, where our neighborhood's been turned into a parking lot. Now, some of this could be secondary to COVID. We don't know that. We don't know how long COVID is going to last for. It seems that the pandemic is being prolonged. To me, an easy, simple solution initially is to put barricades on these narrow streets, Liliano, Arno Drive, or the other ones below, because they do similar to that. When there's an event in the Rose Bowl, there's an event in the Hollywood Bowl, they block all those surrounding neighborhood streets with barricades, it says. It's for residential parking only and deliveries. Otherwise, you get a ticket. I think that's a simple solution to the present problem until we see what happens after COVID dies out. In the past, it's just been long weekends, on holiday weekends, when the traffic gets overdone. Now it's every weekend without failure. And until COVID passes, to me, that seems to be a temporary solution, which is simple and easy to institute. The second issue, which I think, I'm not sure who knows who controls access to these trails. Chantry Flats, Wilson Trail, Bailey Canyon, whose responsibility is it to put this responsibility on the Sierra Madre, i.e. getting a park ranger? All that costs money. Are we responsible for those trails, or is it the county? If it is the county and the forestry, they should provide the funds to deal with that issue. Then if it's Sierra Madre, then we'll have to figure out how we're going to get the funds, i.e. do you need a pass to get up there? I know the prior person stated they abolished charging fees, but in the past, you had to have a wilderness pass to go up to those areas, and it costs money. But we have to decide whose responsibility it is to have access to those trails and control what happens up there. Is it the city, or is it the county or the forestry? We need to establish that first before we try to find solutions, because these solutions are not going to be easy. And finally, the gate. Removing the gate is a no-go idea. It's a terrible idea. It took us several years in the past to even have to get the county supervisor involved to get a gate there. What it prevents and what happens in the nighttime going up to Chantry Flat, you wouldn't believe. So I really don't think the gate is the issue. If people just don't understand, they don't obey the law, or follow the law, and they need to be ticketed. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, caller. Please provide your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed. Caller?
Yes.
Please mute your TV to avoid feedback. Once you've done that,
Okay.
go ahead and provide your name and city of residence for the comment, and you may proceed.
My name is Bob Spears, and I live in Sierra Madre. Honorable Mayor and members of council, I submitted a written response, but I want to expand this. I believe that what you're dealing with is a short-term problem. When the county first enacted the Safer at Home ordinance, we got slammed. Everybody wanted to get out and get on the trail, and I will admit, at that time, the trails were much too crowded, and the impact on Sierra Madre was tremendous. Since then, the impact on the trails happens on and off based on whether Chantry is open or when Eaton Canyon is open. And as they open and close, people move over to Mount Wilson or Bailey Canyon. Bailey Canyon is more easily controlled because it has a fence around the parking lot, and the police open and close the fence when they can. Mount Wilson Trail does not have a fence now. It did when the city closed it, but it is now always open, so there is no control point unless you pay for someone to be there. In short, I believe this is a problem that will eventually go away because the Mount Wilson Trail is on the east aspect of the slope that comes down into Sierra Madre, and therefore in direct sunlight till at least 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As the days go along, it's going to be hotter and hotter. I've witnessed many people who go partway up, decide it's too hard, too hot, and they turn around and go back. There is water at first water, but that's going to go away in another 3 or 4 weeks, and there will be no enticement to go up there. It's just too hard and too hot. People will move over to Chantry where they can at least buy a beer and they can get down into the shade and get down into the water. Bailey Canyon is itself steep and therefore too challenging to the amateur hiker. And Bailey Canyon Trail has only increased a little since 2019, and because it's rated hard if you look at the All Trails app. So I believe that this is a transitional issue. I think once you open the gate to Chantry, you'll relieve a lot of the people that come over to this side. And once it gets hotter, people will not want to go out in the heat and on a hard trail. So I would keep up enforcement. We have volunteers that work the trail. I've got 2 or 3 people that work with me to pick up trash. We're regularly working on the trail. The trail is in good shape. So this is something I believe will pass, and we will be back to pre-COVID conditions in a few months. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spears.
Good evening, caller. If you are currently listening to the feed live, please mute your TV to avoid feedback. Please provide your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed.
David Gordon, Sierra Madre. We live in Fairview, round the corner from Grove, which is the excess parking space when the parking lot at Bailey is full up. I agree with everything that Bob Spears said. Bailey is not a problem. There is one day when the parking is really bad, and that's Sunday, but that's because some kind of group of about 40 or 50 people get together in Bailey and have some kind of event, and that's the main cause for the excess parking demand on Sundays. The problem about parking around Mount Wilson is very difficult to find a solution, and I think indeed that over time the number of people who are prepared to try going up Mount Wilson will be limited to the more healthy people. Chantry is the biggest problem, and that I think is because the national forest has failed to invest in what is such a popular destination. It is so beautiful. All the trails from Chantry mostly are shaded. They're very beautiful. There's water, the scenery. It's fantastic. The parking is inadequate. It's usually full up by 8 o'clock on a weekday, and Sunday, the cars are parked all the way down the road. In fact, it's almost dangerous. So and also the facilities at Chandri, the bathrooms are inadequate for the number of people that use it. The garbage collection is inadequate, and also clearly the National Forest needs some help. I think they're broke because of having to deal with all the forest fires. So there's a way that the city of Sierra Madre could help the National Forest in making Chantry a more friendly place. That would be a solution. What happens at Chantry is that thousands of people go there, and 90% of them stay on the big flat bit at the bottom, visit the waterfalls, and then go back up the steep hill. I was there just recently, and once you get off onto the trails, they're almost empty. So it's not a trail capacity that we're dealing with. And there's absolutely no reason to try and limit the capacity of any of the three places in terms of the trails. It's the parking and it's the garbage that is the problem. And I think that it's very likely, it's like joining the gym in January. By the end of February, the gym is not used so much. And I think that is likely to be the case with our use of our beautiful trails. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Good evening, caller. Please state your name
Yes.
and city of residence for the record. You will have 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed.
Thank you. Douglas and Donna Townsend.
I apologize.
Hi.
Could you please mute your TV to avoid some feedback?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We are on Miramonte and completely disagree with some of the comments that have just occurred. We would love for the folks that have just commented to come visit our street on Saturday and Sunday. We do not believe that this is a COVID issue, but that it has increased in capacity over the last 5 to 10 years. And we would like to make sure that our proposal it's very thoughtful and that it is considered. We are in a crisis situation, and again, I want to leave COVID out of this. This has been a situation that has been increasing for us over the last 5 to 10 years, and that's really the end of my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Townsend.
Good evening, caller. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council Member. My name is Gary Hood, and I live up at the top of Baldwin. In January, our city manager will vouch for the fact that I sent him literature and an email discussing tracking devices. I think that if we had a rental on a tracking device before you enter the trail, the hikers would be safer. If there was a problem, we could locate them quicker. The device could be at a marquee device that they could put their credit card in or money in. And when they come back, they put the tracker device back in and they get all their money refunded except for $1, which would go to the upkeep of the tracking devices and the trail. So that is my comment. Please take that into consideration. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Hood.
Good evening, caller. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed.
Chantry, trendy. But right now,
Hello, caller.
Hello, yes.
Go. Can you please mute your TV?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please mute your TV to avoid feedback?
Yes, I did.
And then state
I
your
did.
name and city of residence for the record, and you may proceed.
My name is Sandy Maheshwari, and I live at 75 East Miramonte Avenue. I am calling in because I'm concerned about some of the matters that haven't been brought up during the conversation between council members. And one of them is that what is going to happen with the street cleaning on Fridays? We haven't had any solution to cars being parked on Fridays and street cleaning not being able to be done. And then I wanted to find out who is responsible for maintaining the trails besides the volunteers. Do we know the condition of the trails? Do we know how much trash is being left up there? Do we know how many dogs are going up there and, you know, leaving, and people not are not picking up after their dogs? And I also want to know why residents guests have to pay for overnight parking, but hikers get to park for free just because it's not overnight. So, and then what is the solution for parking for gardeners, contractors, caretakers, and others? My gardener comes on Saturdays and there is no parking. And then also something that hasn't been brought up is how are residents on narrow streets going to be able to get out of their driveway when parking is allowed on both sides of these narrow streets. So I feel that while we have COVID, we should possibly close the trails, because how is this allowing the residents of Sierra Madre to feel safe and comfortable in their neighborhood? We are getting pushed out of our own sort of area and having to walk away from all these hikers just to feel safe. So those are my comments at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sandy.
Good evening, caller. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed.
Cheryl Galbraith, Sierra Madre, California.
Go ahead. You may provide your comment.
Yes, my husband and I live on Miramonte at Carter, and we have been duly affected by the increased number of hikers, parkers, and disrespectful people in the neighborhood. It's truly impacting the quality of life for our community. Sunday, for example, I saw a young man across the street in the bushes urinating. The Saturday, one of our neighbors had a verbal confrontation with someone when he simply asked him not to move his trash cans. This is the third instance we've had with verbal confrontations with hikers coming up to the community. I'm also concerned that Sierra Madre has had an increase of the number of COVID cases that have dramatically increased in the last week to 2 weeks. And I think there could be a correlation between that and the amount of people that are coming from outside the area into the community and potentially exposing the community people to COVID. And I think we need to look for a long-term solution. In the interim, I think the City Council should seriously consider a temporary closure of the trail until we can find a long-term solution to this trail problem. And that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Galbraith.
Good evening, caller. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed.
Yes, my name is Lynn Dean, and I live at 125 East Miramonte here in Sierra Madre, and my concern as well echoes what you've just heard from my other neighbors, and I just wanted to go on record as saying that this absolutely is not a short-term problem, as was decided, it sounds like, from Mr. England and the members of the staff there. It really is a long-term problem, and whatever it would take for us to help you in gathering data. I'd be willing to do so. This is, as stated by the other people, a safety concern as well for all of us. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dean.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last caller for public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's bring it back for discussion. So who'd like to go first?
Well, I'd like to just make a couple comments and be part of a discussion. I want to hear what everyone says. I am convinced that when it comes to the Mount Wilson trailhead, this is not a short-term problem. I've been contacted by people up there I know, have known for a long time, people whom I have a lot of respect for. They're not flaky, they're not troublemakers, and they have convinced me that this has been a problem that's been building up over the last few years. So now that may be a different situation at Chantry and at Bailey. And I think Mr. Spears' remarks were probably true in terms of how Pasadena trailheads have an impact on what goes on here. But I would like us all to take the Miramonte callers tonight seriously. They all seem to agree that this is not just something that's happened since COVID-19.
Mayor Pro Tem or Councilmember
Yeah.
Garabedian?
No, I'll follow up on that. I mean, look, first of all, for all the residents that spoke tonight, thank you. And there's been other residents that have reached out to probably each of us personally, friends and folks that we know. And there's no doubt that this is affecting your quality of life. And whether it's a short-term COVID-related impact or whether it is a long-term one, everyone is speaking from a place where, you know, there's real impact on where people are coming from. So, you know, just assuming, you know, that there is a long-term problem on Miramonte, and I think it probably is a short-term problem near Chantry. The question is really, what can we do? I guess in my view, and this is just my opinion, I'm sympathetic to the short-term impacts near Chantry. You know, I do think that folks are going through, and I've been up there personally. I know the mayor's been up there a few times. I think that there is an issue with what's going on there in terms of massive amounts of parking and a lot of congestion. I just don't really have a good answer as to what to do. I think that that is a short-term problem. I don't think that we should be enacting long-term permanent solutions for that at this point. We can talk about short-term, you know, helpful things that we can do for the residents, you know, on those numerous streets that were named. And I don't know if that's parking enforcement. I don't think putting up barricades is the right way to go. I do think that these are public trails and folks are gonna park. And if you start restricting parking on the streets nearest to the trail, the reality is that people will just start parking on streets a little bit further and a little bit further than that. And so that's not going to solve anything. So I think we have to be realistic with that. So I'm open to hearing ideas as to what we might be able to potentially do. But, you know, I think that it's not easy. On the long-term problem on Miramonte, I guess I'll say one, I'm not arguing that it is a long-term solution, but two, or a long-term problem, but two, I guess I'm just not that sympathetic. And I'm not trying to be harsh, and I'm not trying to say that what we heard wasn't true. I don't think that folks that move next to an airport necessarily have a very sympathetic view when they argue about planes flying from there. I don't think when people move near the beach and they argue about people, you know, parking on their streets to get to the beach, I'm just not that sympathetic. I mean, folks there move next to Mount Wilson. And I think they moved there knowing that Mount Wilson was there. And I think that people have always parked on Miramonte trying to hike. And ever since I've been a kid here, parking there has been, you know, pretty busy on the weekends. Now, is there something that we can do to restrict that? Sure. I mean, we as a city council could do that. I wouldn't be in favor of it. I think that, you know, there is going to be congestion on streets where there is a natural resource, a public park, places where people come from out of town to use. And I think that that's a good problem to have as a city, because we have people that are recognizing that we have these amazing assets like Mount Wilson Trail and like Bailey Canyon, et cetera. And I don't think that we as a city council should be enacting permanent parking restrictions for people that live next to a trailhead. I wouldn't want that in a lot of the trails that I hike. There's a ton of trails throughout Southern California where if we were to see a lot of these neighborhoods enact parking restrictions and basically make it impossible for public members of the public that don't live there to park, well, then I think it becomes a lot worse place to live in general throughout LA County. And so I think we have to think about the precedent that we set. I think, you know, the mayor mentioned we dealt with this when it came to schools. Sierra Madre Elementary a couple years ago, when residents wanted parking restrictions for parents and teachers not to be able to park near the school. And I think that this is within the same theme. It's within the same vein in my mind, which is if we looked at our city and we started restricting parking and access based on public assets like schools, like trails, like parks, you're not going to be able to park anywhere. So folks better, you know, just be prepared to, one, have a city where people are not going to come in because, you know, we can't park on the street. So, you know, the public parking lots are going to fill up pretty quickly. But two, to the extent that you ever want to go anywhere in someone else's city, to the beach, to the mountains, if we want to live in a world where you're just going to be restricted over and over again from actually being able to enjoy the fruits of our communities, then that's a world that I don't want to live in. And so I think that, you know, I'm just at a place where, to the extent it's a short-term COVID problem, and I think that there is a problem near Chantry, I don't think closing down the trails is really the way we should go. I think we should probably look to kind of potentially restrict or enforce some parking there and maybe put trash cans and things like that. But when it comes to the supposed long-term issue on Miramonte, you know, I have no doubt that folks are definitely feeling a crunch there. I just don't think that we should be doing anything about it. So that's where I am.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Harabedian. Mayor Pro Tem Arizmendi.
I think what's important to note for those listening in today, those commenting and those expressing concern, that this is not an issue that's just discussed here tonight. With the city manager, we've had numerous conversations and discussions and options after each weekend, especially the last 3 or 4 weekends. And for those of you, not that I necessarily want to publicize where I live, but I get to see what's going on with Mount Wilson pretty much every weekend. And yes, I have seen an increase, an uptick in number of people that are visiting and also in parking. So there's no question about that. I don't know if tonight's discussion is really a debate about long-term or short-term solutions, but I think there is something we can do right now. I personally think, you know, from my observations, that it has to do with COVID. We've had 8 weeks where folks were not allowed to go outside. All of a sudden we had these beautiful days, and then that's when we're starting to see a lot of the hikers. And not to say there hasn't been an increase in hiking in Mount Wilson over the last few years, because I think that's a valid fact or observation from folks that live around the area. But with respect to the trash, I mean, that part really is bothersome. And I know one of the things we're asking is, can we have other trash cans in different locations, whether it's on Chantry or Mount Wilson? We can, but then the question is the manpower of getting that. So if you, I don't think we'd have a trash can all the way up at First Water, but even the first flat area, we'd still have to have staffing for that. And it is a shame that people have disrespect for our nature, disrespect for just keeping their trash with them. Can we put other trash cans in other places and maybe have a couple? I think that's an easy, low-hanging fruit that we can work on, and have them strategically placed where the pickup is not too strenuous. But I am right now with the mindset that I'd like to follow where Chantry is going in terms when they're closed and when they're open, because what we have seen is when Chantry is closed, everyone funnels into Mount Wilson. This doesn't solve, again, the parking issue, but what I'd like to see is make observations during this time, if we can follow that kind of pattern, to see what happens the next, 3 months and 6 months. A bigger question may be, how do we know when Chantry is open or closed? I know that's going to be a challenge because sometimes we just find out the day before, if we're lucky. So that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. I think it's a short-term COVID reaction, but that is yet to be seen. And I think it's going to take time for us to evaluate that. But again, what can we do in the short term?
Okay, thank you. My comments are this. I don't doubt that traffic has increased. The question is, if you subtract out COVID, if it has been steadily increasing, at what point should we do something about it? So really what's triggering the complaints is really the reaction to the COVID problem. Otherwise, you folks would have brought this up maybe a year ago, but I haven't really heard any complaints in the past couple of years, even though I do know that the traffic has increased. So for us to implement a long-term solution to do it right, we would need to gather some data. And to do that, we need to get to a steady state situation so we can start peg counting how many people are on the trail and what the trail capacity is. And how does that relate to the parking on the street? Because, I agree with Council Member Harabedian. I've lived here 37 years. I've been hiking the trail all this time. And I don't remember a time on a weekend when the Mount Wilson or Miramonte was not packed with cars. Now it's just a question of how far does it go? Now it's because of COVID, it's migrating all the way down. It's up Carter and it's all the way down to Alegria in some conditions, up and down Baldwin, where, that really wasn't the case years ago. So there's always going to be cars on Miramonte. There's no doubt about that. So yes, so you're experiencing more people walking the street, coming from their car that could go as far down Baldwin to Alegria and walking up. So there's definitely more people on the street, but I think a lot of this is driven by the pandemic and the other trails closing. So I'm okay with studying the problem long-term, but not right now. We just got to get this situation stabilized. So we should be focusing on the short-term issues, things that we can do today. None of the parking solutions are implementable to me. So I just cannot see how we can do any of those to get the parking away from Miramonte and just move it somewhere else. There's nowhere else for it to go. So we do have some questions that we need to answer here. I think the first question is, what are we going to do on July 4th up in Forest Chantry? Is that going to close on July 4th? Do we know? Mr. City Manager, do you know?
Mayor, we have a meeting with the county on Thursday with the supervisor's office. The chief has meetings with the county and the forest, I believe, this week. So we'll have a better picture of what they intend to do. Our stance right now is that we're not going to enforce a closure for them. So if they want to close on July 4th, then they are going to need to provide someone at the gate to turn people away. But we don't know what their intentions are right now.
Okay. I'd like to just make one comment about it from this Sunday. Well, I was up there Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, I could see that there were cars parked on Arno and Liliano Drive. And I understand, I was wondering why, because the gate was open, but apparently somebody had closed the gate for a while. So that triggered the adverse reaction without somebody telling people they can't walk up there. So now people were parking and walking up there. On Sunday, the Forest Service was manning the gate. And from what I saw, there was no cars parked on Arno or Liliana as a result of this. And folks, if you're listening, tell me that I'm wrong, but this is what I saw with my own eyes. So basically the problem up there is pedestrians trying to go up that road when the gate is closed. So with City Manager, you're going to meet with the county and with the Forest Service. If we can just keep working with them to solve some of the issues that we have up there, I think we can fix this problem without any kind of a long-term solution. I mean, from what I see up in Chantry, just there's some simple things to fix the parking on the road that could be implemented. It's a question of getting somebody to do it. So if we just focus on that, I think we'll be able to make some progress. Okay, the idea about trash bins, I think that's a good one to possibly put a trash bin at the top of the Mount Wilson Road in the flat area. Hey, we have a trash bin at the bridge in Bailey Canyon. Why can we have a trash bin there that's beyond the gate and not have a trash bin up there in the flats? It's roughly the same distance, and you drive up there, you open the gate, you drive up there, and you can pick up the trash. Maybe we can do that at least on a temporary basis. But again, now I understand a little bit better why with my own eyes, when I went up there on a weekend, I didn't see any trash. It's because Bob Spears and others are picking up the trash. So we've kind of have a, thank our wonderful volunteers in town for maintaining that trail. That was another question that was asked. Who's responsible for the trails? So we are. Volunteers maintain those trails. Now, that's not the ones up at Chantry, that's all Forest Service, but the 2 trails in Sierra Madre are maintained by volunteers. So let's see, what else? Okay, the Townsend said, come and visit their street on Saturday and Sunday. I've been up there every Saturday and Sunday for the past month, except for when I was out of town. So, I mean, I see something a little bit different. I do see trash, but no, I haven't seen a massive amount of trash. And I remember the one day I just corresponded. I mean, the Townsends were out of town. I went and looked in front of their house and I found one little lotto ticket. That's all the trash I found on that particular day. The street cleaning problem is a problem throughout Sierra Madre. This is not unique to the Miramonte. I live on Highland, right next to the school, and yes, I'm impacted. I have the same problem during the week, not on weekends, but during the week when school's there, I cannot park in front of my house. If I want to, I have to move my cars in front of the house so I can get something in and out of my driveway. And let me tell you, if you want to talk about trash, every time a minivan pulls up and kids get out, trash goes with it. So this is not a unique problem to Miramonte. The question of parking on both sides of the street, I mean, Mr. City Manager, we can look at that. That's just another problem throughout Sierra Madre. We've got some very narrow streets, and it's difficult for a lot of people to get in and out of their cars. This is not unique to the problem up there, but we should look at that to see if it makes sense to restrict parking on one side of Cannon or any other streets up there. Yeah, I mean, there's other concerns. I think that just answers all the questions. Are hikers parking free? Well, yes, they are. But if they're there parking before 5:30 a.m., they are subject to an overnight parking violation. So there's nothing different about the hikers than anybody else. So I think if we're going to look at this for a long-term problem, I think we need to let things reach a steady state. So the question is, what are we going to do in the short term? How do we address some of these issues? And again, Mr. City Manager, you pointed out that the enforcement is costing us a lot of money. What are some of the low-hanging fruit things we can do? I mean, can we put more trash cans somewhere? We already talked about painting the curbs red, but that in itself does not impact the residents, I mean, that's a violation, but it doesn't, if we paint the curbs red, okay, so now somebody's not parking in front of the hydrant anymore. It doesn't really solve any of the problems. So what else can we do?
So Mayor, what I've got for short-term solutions are look at places for more trash cans. We should look for red curbs on narrow streets. Carter, for example, we could limit parking on that to one side. We should paint in the trail areas red in front of hydrants and stop signs and do greater parking enforcement. We're over 100 tickets now, I believe, that we've written. So we have done a lot of parking enforcement. What the chief and I talked about this afternoon is dedicating people every weekend to the specific neighborhood. So we will be doing that as well. And that'll be for the Mount Wilson area. For Chantry, as we noted, we're working with the county, but when that gate is open, what we've observed, what I've observed personally, I've been up every weekend, the same as you, is when Chantry Gate is open, the issues are not as bad. So we want to work with the Forest Service to make sure they understand the impacts that closing that gate has on us. What the chief and I talked about today is they're making a call from up the mountain. They look out their window and they say, close the gate, and they don't know the impacts that has on the Arno neighborhood. We are meeting with those residents on Thursday. And we can also, as we discussed, dedicate parking enforcement in that area as well, paint any stop sign or curbs before stop signs, hydrants red. That'll help as well. We did take, to the first caller's point, pretty immediate action, and that's where the costs came in. Early on, we were dedicating 4 officers and a sergeant to the issue every weekend, in addition to volunteers and reserve officers, and that's why it became so costly. What we found, though, is when Chantry's open, everything becomes easier to control. So a lot of the impacts are mitigated by having the gate open. So that's going to be our primary focus with them. The secondary focus, I drove up today at about 10:30 up Chantry, and every spot was taken, and cars were parked down the mountain over the white curb. And it's our public safety, it's our fire department that responds up there, and it is a public safety issue. So the conversation the chief is going to have is either the Forest Service, the CHP, the county, someone needs to enforce their parking regulations on that road. And we will ask them as a courtesy, I shouldn't say ask them, as a courtesy, we'll tell them that we'll enforce on occasions when they can't, and we think it's a public safety issue. So I think we've got a lot of really good short-term solutions. Some of the issues that have been brought up as council has mentioned, restricting parking, for example, doesn't stop the parking from happening or the congestion. So staff didn't decide that this was a short-term problem. What we decided was there's certainly been an impact from COVID, and we don't have enough data points at this point in time to determine what is an appropriate long-term solution, if an appropriate long-term solution is needed.
Yes.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? Maybe I'd like to hear that maybe the chief could weigh in. Would it be possible for, I don't know what the patrol patterns are. I don't think you make those public, but would it be possible for our patrols to be a little bit more skewed towards Miramonte at some of these sensitive times on the weekends, so that if there are belligerent people entering these neighborhoods, that maybe our residents could get a little bit of a help with them? I'm concerned when I hear people are being badgered or threatened just because they've asked someone not to move their trash can. I think we could do something to help them there. I'd also like to know if there are signs that we could put up. I don't know what kind of general purpose, all ready to go, shovel ready signs we could put up, reminding people it's a residential area, and reminding them to I don't know what kinds of admonitions you could put in there, but I'm sure there's some type of sign like that. And I do agree with the mayor that we ought to be investigating long-term solutions. I'm ready for data collection to begin as soon as we can, as soon as that is feasible. I take the point that people move to these areas knowing full well there are trailheads and beaches. I think that's a very valid point. But, they didn't sign up for the kinds of things that are happening now when they moved to the trail. They didn't sign up for lawlessness and vandalism and the kinds of things that were having been reported now for several weeks. So I know you guys are doing a lot, Mr. City Manager and Chief, with limited resources. I know we have very limited patrols, but whatever we can do for these people, I really hope we do it.
Yes, sir, Councilman Goff. Thank you for your comments. And we are, in fact, sending our officers up there kind of in what we would call a directive patrol format, I think you kind of hit on the other issue is that with our limited resources, we're kind of being pulled in many different directions. And the issue with the trails is that they both take off, pretty much at the same time. And boy, it's a, when it does get big, it's a really big influx of people into the two areas. And the hard part, and I really feel for those people because we actually got to sit down with the folks up at Wilson, and I'm glad we're going to get to do it Thursday with the folks at Chantry. The hard part is the issues that they're facing outside of illegal parking and outside of erratic driving. All of those, as I believe Gabe had mentioned earlier, are things that we actually have to witness, and that becomes difficult in itself. And I will tell you, there was even a weekend where we put together an enforcement plan and put an officer in an undercover vehicle, just so that we could hopefully do that and call in officers to cite some folks. So a very, very tough fill, but we are going to continue to try and direct the patrol times. I've asked my officers, because I feel for the folks even having to deal with the parking alarms clicking quite often. One lady pointed that out when we met with them. So we're trying to get our officers or directing our officers to go up at some of those earlier hours and see if we can enforce something like that as well.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And one more thing is, the signs, you had people you had signs made to give to the residents. And I see those all over the Arno area, but not so many around Miramonte. Have those signs been offered to the people on Miramonte just to ask that you be respectful and not violate private property and remember that this is a residential neighborhood?
Mayor, I know we created them for Chantry. That's where the problem originated. We can certainly make more if we're out of stock and provide them in the Miramonte area. I did see them. I did count them driving up Chantry today, and there are quite a few of them now. So if we don't have any in stock, we'll print more, and we'll be sure to try and get them in the yards.
Yeah, I think that might help a little bit with some of these other issues about urinating in the bushes. I mean, just a quick reminder that that's just unacceptable. I don't know. It might help, might not, but it's worth a try. Okay, so any other discussion on this? Any other comments?
Mayor, just a quick point. Someone raised the issue of putting up barricades. I just want to note that under the vehicle code, putting up barricades is actually unlawful. The only reason you see it in Pasadena during the Rose Parade or during certain like festivals is because there's a specific exception for parades and festivals. But otherwise, under Vehicle Code Section 21101.6, it's unlawful to erect barricades and to allow certain residents in and to exclude other residents.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, okay.
Mayor, are we going to take any action then on the trails? I would. I don't even know if it needs a motion or if we need direction, but I do propose that we close Mount Wilson when Chantry is closed.
I would support that only if we know in advance. If they're going to close it in the middle of the day, then what are we going to do? We can't just go close the trail when there's people on it, Can stop letting new people on, but that doesn't really fix the problem because when it closes up there, they're going to drive to Miramonte and park and check it out, and they're going to be mad, and it's not really going to help. It would only help if we know in advance that it's not going to be closed and we close accordingly with notice so people don't come up here.
So Mayor, to that point, that is, assuming we have advance notice, that is something we can do. And when the chief has his meeting, we will ask them to put together a schedule and give us at least 48 hours notice on a closure. And we can put up the gate or maybe even a nicer gate that we had up at the beginning when Safer at Home started.
Yeah. You know, that's another thing. Maybe we should just consider putting a real gate up there. And just for cases like this, when we do have to close it, say even if there's a red flag alert or something, because we do close the trail during those times, and this would keep people off.
I
Yeah,
think
but
that's a good idea.
yeah, 48-hour notice is good because then we can get out as you're driving up to Sierra Madre, we can put up the sign to say trails are closed, don't even bother driving up here, you know? And maybe even get something on the websites to, you know, the All Trails website and others to advise people that it's not going to be open, you know? So, yeah, we've just gone through some of the things we can do. Look at putting the trash cans and painting the curbs and doing those things, putting up additional signs. So, I mean, that's the direction I think we've given the city manager and the police chief to implement. So, and we'll take up at an appropriate time. We'll look at a long-term solution if it's warranted, you know, but not until the COVID thing slows down so we can get some accurate counts of how many people are up on the trail and what so-called normal parking is, you know.
Okay, Mayor, we've got direction.
Okay, thank you, everybody, and thanks to all the people that called in to comment. So I'm going to propose that the last two things on the agenda that we push out to the next week. And number 5 is appointments and reappointments. That's sort of dependent on what we do with number 4 anyway. So, but it's getting pretty late. Do we even want to tackle number 4 right now? It's almost 10:30.
Mayor, even though after 10:30 is when all the good decisions get made, our next meeting, July 14th, happens after the appointments by code have to be made on July 1st. So we would appreciate a discussion on number 4, recognizing whatever action is taken, we still can push 5 and 6.
Okay, good. Let's do number 4 then.
All right, I will turn it over to Jennifer Peterson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. For your consideration this evening is a review of Title II of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code as it pertains to the city commissions. Staff has noted several references in the code to commissions that have been disbanded or are no longer active. Chapter 228 refers to the Cultural Heritage Commission, where duties were transferred to the Planning Commission in 2002 pursuant to Ordinance 1192. Also referenced are the Parking Commission, the Community Arts Commission, and the Emergency Services and Disaster Commission, none of which are currently active. Staff is seeking your direction on the removal of references to these commissions. Due to the fact that the staff has been increasingly difficult to fill vacant commission seats, we're proposing a discussion on the number of members on each commission. Currently, all commissions except for the Library Board of Trustees are required to have 7 members. The council may reduce the number of members to 5, and this reduction in numbers could be attained by natural attrition. Currently, the Planning Commission has a single vacancy and a member eligible for a second term. The Senior Commission has 2 members eligible for reappointment, and there's a single vacancy on the Community Services Commission with 2 members eligible for appointment, and both the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Commission and Library Board have 2 vacancies currently. Another measure that council may consider is a reduction in the number of applications required before applicants can be considered for appointment. Currently, we have 3 applications that are required before we appoint a commissioner, but because it's becoming increasingly difficult to field those applications, despite advertisements on social media, announcements to the relative meetings, and solicitation to residents, we're suggesting that to alleviate that constraint, the council considering reducing the number of applications for 1 position would be required to have 2 applications, and for each additional vacancy, an additional required application would be required. Staff's also seeking council direction on term length and limits. Currently, term limits for planning and the Energy, Environmental, and Natural Resources Commissions are 4 years. The senior and community services and library board of trustees terms are 3 years. Staff is proposing the city council discuss and determine a consistent term length for all commissions, and also discuss whether or not term limits are also appropriate. That concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions during your discussion.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Well, I'll go first. I didn't get a chance to look at what other cities do. I mean, is it common to have 7 members on commissions or 5? Do we know?
I haven't done that research. That's something I can definitely look into, though, for you.
Well, yeah, I don't know that it matters that much. I was just curious. So, do we know why the Senior and Community Services Commissions and Library Board of Trustees have been 3 years while the 2 other commissions are 4 years? Was there any rationale for that?
No, it was just done as part of the municipal code.
Okay. Okay, what other questions? No questions?
I'm good.
Okay, let's open it up for public comment then.
Mr. Mayor, you do have some callers for public comment. I'll start letting them in now.
Okay.
Good evening, caller. Thank you for calling. Please provide your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed.
Yes, this is Robert Parkhurst, Sierra Madre.
Go ahead. You may proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I will keep it short. It's a late night. This is Robert Parkhurst, 375 East Grandview Avenue. As a member of the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Commission, I wanted to weigh in on this matter. I do support the consideration of moving from 7 to 5 members as was proposed, and also changing the number of applications from 3 to 2. If you may remember a year ago when I think the correct word is appointed me to the the Natural Resources Commission, we only had 1 application, had to do a variance for that. I also support a consistent term length. If people are going to serve in the city, I think we should be consistent across the board. So thank you all for considering this matter tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, caller. Please provide your name and city of residence for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes to provide your comment. You may proceed.
My name is Bob Spears. I'm a resident of Sierra Madre, and I'm a member of the Planning Commission. And I would like to hear the discussion as to why is this change being done for the convenience of city staff, or is it in the best interest of the city's land use and policies? I'm not in favor of reducing the number of people on the Planning Commission from 7 to 5. I can tell you by watching the city council meeting tonight that you took a long time to discuss a very important housing unit item. And we on the Planning Commission are a very deliberative body, and we need all the different kinds of points of view that we have. Plus, we need all the different skills and backgrounds that we can get. Yes, it's hard to find, but that means that we need to just try harder to do it as opposed to eliminate our options. I'm also in favor of keeping the Planning Commission at 4 years because this is a very difficult and nuanced task, and it takes time to get up to speed. And once you learn it, it's important to keep those skills. So currently we have 4 years, and that can get renewed. And then if you go off a year, you can come back on again, as I have done. So I want to know that I want to know how this helps the city of Sierra Madre enforce its and make decisions on its important uses of land, and not just a matter of being convenient. I understand the elimination of committees that are no longer there. I understand other kinds of things. I get that, but I want to make sure that this decision does not impact our ability to manage the city's codes and general plan. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller for public comment on this item.
Okay.
Mayor Capocha, we did receive emails regarding this topic. One email was from Bob Spears, and another one was from Pat Holland. He is a commissioner on the Senior Community Commission, but he was emailing as a resident, and both those emails were forwarded to City Council prior to this meeting.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, let's bring it back for discussion. I think the easy one to deal with first is consistent term length.
Mayor, would you like me to respond to the public comment?
Yeah.
From
Yeah,
first?
please.
On the comment, if it's being done for the convenience of city staff does the same amount of work if you have 7 members, 5 members, 1 member. If you have a meeting, if the meeting's canceled from lack of quorum, our work is the same. This was brought about as a difficulty to get volunteers. Specifically, we started noticing that we very rarely had enough applications for an opening to bring it forward to council without council asking to waive the policy of the number of applications before we could consider an applicant. Secondly, we've had a number of boards and commissions that have had long-term vacancies. And the next reason that brought it forward is the inconsistency of number of members, length of term, and the boards and commissions that are defunct that are still in the code. So it's not a matter of work. It is a matter of what is best for the city, how we best make our decisions, and I think that's fully under the purview of council to decide.
Okay, thank you. So what are your thoughts about consistent term length?
Yeah,
I'll weigh in. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Go,
Okay.
go, go, go.
I mean, initially I just thought it was very clean and just keep them all consistent at three years. But I do believe that Commissioner Spears has a valid argument about learning, especially when it comes to planning and understanding the code. And again, it's not so pretty, but I think after hearing that and even understanding how we work as a council and knowing what you have to know, it takes sometimes 4 years to learn what you're doing. But I would be in favor of 3 years for all of the other commissions with a consideration of making planning 4. Again, not so pretty, but I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I do view planning as being unique relative to the other commissions. So I'm actually fine keeping relatively, no changes to planning. I would keep planning at 7 and keep it at 4 years. I do think reducing the other commissions to 3 years and 5 members probably makes sense. I'm happy to have the other commissions be 4 years too, though. I guess I'm not too wedded on the term length. But I do think having more opinions on the planning commission is good. I just, I looked at other cities. A few other cities have 7 members. Some have 5. I do think when we're talking about, someone's house, someone's future, their property, sometimes having more voices there can make sure there's a fair and a better outcome. So I'm fine leaving planning commission where it is. And whether we want to go 3 or 4 years on the rest of the commissions, I'm really open to it. I think it should be consistent though.
From the gathering of volunteers standpoint, 4 years would be easier than 3. We want consistency as well, but with the difficulty of getting people in the position of 4-year commitment and less turnover, I think would make more sense.
And I wanted to also add to just, I know this is kind of jumping, but with the Community Services Commission, there is value to having that youth commissioner. I know that's usually a difficult position to pull in, but all 5 years I think I sat on community services, having that youth voice was a nice piece to it, and I think it's also helpful for our younger residents. So I don't know if community services, I think the 7 was six commissioners and then 1 youth, or is it 7 commissioners plus 1 youth? If either Annalise Peterson or Assistant City Clerk. I can
It's
get that information.
it's 6 commissioners with 1 youth.
Right.
Okay.
Now we have currently 7 commissioners and 1 youth, but the 1 youth is a non-voting commissioner.
Oh. Okay.
Can you explain that? I really didn't get that. I mean, what does the code say?
So the municipal code allows for 7 commissioners, of which one of them may be a youth commissioner. In this case, we had 7 adult commissioners, and we didn't have a youth commissioner until after. So the council voted to appoint the youth commissioner as a non-voting commissioner.
Right.
So with
And
that
she's
being-
expressed interest in continuing on.
Okay, so with that being said, and to piggyback onto what Councilmember Harabini was saying, I'd be fine with 5 with all of the commissions. With the community services having an option for a youth at a non-voting is fine also.
I'm good with that. 5 years or 5 members on all commissions. I don't see why the planning commission needs 7. It seems like we've been having a difficult time recruiting people for all these commissions, and if you're going to have an expanded board like that, it just makes it a little harder, but it's not a beach I want to die on. But definitely 5 for everyone else. I think 3-year terms are the way to go, and I'm not quite sure why planning commission should be any different. It's not rocket science, it's important stuff, but I think an average citizen can go on that, a public spirited citizen can go on that commission and get the hang of it fairly shortly if they know what they're doing, if they're truly curious and they're truly diligent. And putting people on commissions for 8 years when everybody else is on commissions for 6 years, I don't see the reason. I'm not quite sure why that makes sense.
Okay, well, I think the argument, I think that Mr. Spears articulated was that the Planning Commission is a little bit different, where it does require a lot of knowledge for, the code, the general plan, requires some knowledge about architecture and construction. And I do agree with him that it takes a while for a new commissioner to get up to speed. That's just been my observation also as a liaison to the Planning Commission. So I view the Planning Commission a little bit differently, so I'm willing to do a carve out for the Planning Commission. But so I'm still not clear on, like, if we just take the Planning Commission out of it for a minute, it sounds like we're okay with going to 5 members for the other commissions, and I'm not clear on whether the recommendation is 3 or 4 years. Do we have any kind of a consensus on that?
I'm for 3.
3? Mayor Pro Tem, you agree 3? And
Well, I agreed 3, and then I heard city manager stating that sometimes for recruitment purposes, it makes sense for 4. The 4 and 3 also are 2 things that I am not wedded to one way or the other.
yeah,
So I'm open.
I would just say I would make an argument in favor of 4, is that if you are on the commission and you get tired after 3 years, you can quit. I mean, that's always an option. So I don't have a problem with making them all 4.
Okay, I'll support 4.
And Councilmember Harabini, I don't remember what your thought was on that.
No, I mean, I'll defer to the group here. 4 is fine. I said on the term limit, I just want it uniform, and so
Okay.
4 is the way we go. That's fine.
What about term limits? So I mean, currently we have a 2-year term limit.
I say
And,
stick to
you know,
them.
this is one, this is pertinent to the planning commission. This is my thought, because I do agree with what Mr. Spears says about, you know, expertise. And I thought maybe one way to help, if we were to go down to 5, would be to allow an extra, maybe another term. And maybe there's some ways to deal with that, as to after 2 terms, you don't just state your intention to serve, you maybe reapply. And at that time, you can evaluate what you think about a particular commissioner, and whether, see what candidates you've got, then you could make a decision to not accept it and put somebody new on there. I know that can get kind of awkward at times, but, or you can just extend it to 3 years. I mean, what does everybody think about term limits?
I'd keep them all too.
Yeah,
I'm
with
sorry.
3 terms.
Keep them at 2? And that's your thought too, Councilmember Harabedian?
Yeah, I guess, you know, I think that for me, I could argue it both ways. And given that it's 1040, let's keep it with 2.
Yeah. Okay, well then I think I think we have a consensus to go down to 5 and make it 4 years and keep the term limits. And that's just a question of whether we do a carve out for the planning commission. I can go either way on that. I mean, I'd like to try going down to 5 and see how that works. I mean, we can always change it if it's not working out. If we feel like we're not getting the scrutiny that projects deserve. But, you know, I mean, I discussed this with Commissioner Spears today. And at times I think, and this has just been my experience over years working at AT&T, is, I mean, you couldn't do anything over there by yourself. It's just such a complicated business. And it was always frustrating to me, just being in a big room with a lot of people, when you really got things done. It was way more efficient the smaller the group size. And I just think, you know, I'll just be honest, some of the discussion on the planning commission, I think some of these things can be dealt with efficiently with less scrutiny. Now, there are times, yes, I really agree with the scrutiny that's been given on, you know, larger projects and, you know, larger homes and things like that. But on smaller things, I feel like sometimes there's just too much scrutiny and too many opinions about what needs to be done. And, you know, and the vagueness about what will constitute a acceptance of a project, like which findings, which suggestions actually will impact the findings, and which are things that are just suggestions from the planning commission that don't necessarily need to be met to meet the findings. So discussion, we had a little bit, you know, I expressed some frustration when we approved all the fees about why the fees are so high. It's because it's cost recovery. So the answer is to try to reduce the cost. And if we can get things through our CUP process a little cheaper, we would save people money. Now, again, the argument is we have a lot of developers doing projects, and do we need to accommodate them? But my feeling is some of these costs are just get passed on throughout the city, and making the planning commission a little bit more efficient, I think, does help to improve costs, because you've all heard from different contractors that don't want to do business here because it's too hard to do business in Sierra Madre. And if we were to streamline the process a little bit, we could actually get better contractors and better architects and better not planners, but designers right from the get-go. So I'd like to give it a try and go down to 5 and just keep a close eye on it. And if we feel that we're suffering in that regard, we can always bring it back and bring it back to 5. So that'd be my proposal, is to bring everything to 5, consistent term length at 4, and we'll keep the term limits at 2. So any other thoughts or comments on that?
I agree with you on those 3 items, Mayor. That's where I'm sitting right now. And I just don't know if we need to also address the vacancy, because I'd be down for 2 applications, and then also to eliminate those those commissions that have been deactivated.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm 100% in agreement with that.
Yeah, for me, it's not a big deal either way, 5 or 7. I guess maybe having everybody at 5 just seems like maybe it's just a style thing, but I like the sound of that. So it's kind of a marginally gets the kick for me. So I think I'll support that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine with me as well. I mean, look, I think, again, when I think about the Planning Commission and when I think about what they're overseeing, sometimes I worry about one voice being overly influential. And so in my mind, 7 makes it a little bit more of a democracy rather than 5. But I mean, look, we can try 5. I mean, there's no harm in that. And if we find out that, or if future council finds out that, things are broken, then, there's no reason that we couldn't go back to 7. So I do like the uniformity. I do think the Planning Commission still is a different commission. It's a different animal, but that's not to say 5 doesn't work. So let's try it.
Okay. So then the question of, we let people, like on the Planning Commission where one person is termed out, another is for approval, we would just go, or for doing a second term, we would allow the person to do the second term, right? Well, I would propose that anyway.
Wait, yeah, you get 2 terms, right?
Yeah. So
the specific example the mayor's talking about is Planning Commission. If council decides to move forward with 5, Planning Commission would have 6 members as people filled out their terms.
Oh.
We would allow that to happen as opposed to removing people that are currently serving.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
okay. All right. So do we need a motion on this?
So Mayor, I think we will bring back on the 14th an ordinance that captures the discussion tonight.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, there's no need to review the reappointments at this time, right?
That's correct, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. So there we go. So we'll do the discussion on use of funds at the next meeting then. Okay. So with that, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. I'll assume that we're all
Aye.
unanimous on this. Okay,
Good
thank
night.
you. All right, good night, everybody.
Great meeting, guys. Good night.
Thank you.